All right. Welcome to the room, everyone. All right. Today's date is May 12, 2026. You are in Senate and Governmental Affairs Committee. Madam Secretary, will you please call the roll?
Senator Kleinpeter?
Here.
Here. Senator Bigas?
Here.
Here. President Pro Tem Barrow?
Here.
Here. Senator Duplessis?
Here.
Here. Senator Fazy?
Here.
Here. Senator Jenkins?
Here.
Here. Senator Miller?
Here.
Here. Senator Reese? Senator Womack?
Here.
Here. We have 8 members.
We have 8 members in a quorum. A few announcements before we get started. For the committee room in here, please silence your cell phones. If you must take a call, please step outside of the committee room. If you wish to give testimony, please fill out a witness card completely. Sign it and hand it over to the sergeant at arms. Your signature is an affirmation that the testimony you give is true. Please be aware that the personal information you give on this card is subject to public disclosure. Green cards are for support, red cards are in opposition, white cards are for informational purposes only, blue cards are for certified designees of elected officials. We are not going to be able to approve the minutes from the last committee meeting because we're still processing all the cards. The process that we will go forward from right now will be, we will hear Chairman Price's map first, which will be Senate Bill 407. I know last meeting we had a little bit different than what we normally do. We had a lot of public testimony, so we didn't vote on any bills, didn't take up any amendments. So today the process will be, we will take up Chairman Price's map. We will put it in its proper posture with this amendment. The panel up here will discuss that with him. Once there's no further questions from the committee, we will go to the green cards for House Bill 407 and hear public testimony. Then we will move to the red cards, then the white cards, and blue or anything after that. We will hear 3-minute testimony on the amendments is what we will have for this bill. So if you have a green card or a red card, you will be able to come up and testify for 3 minutes. Then we will move forward with Senator Morris's Senate Bill 121. We'll go through the same process. We'll hear the committee, put it in its proper posture. If there's amendments, and then we will hear green cards, red cards, white cards, then blue cards. We will not take up Senate Bill 130 or 116. So for those that are filling out cards and those that are in the committee rooms, in the overflow rooms, we will only hear tonight Senate Bill 407 and Senate Bill 121. Madam Pro Temp, Senator Barrow, you had a question?
No, I do not, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to make a few comments, and I want to thank everyone for being here. Many of you I saw last week, and some of you have been here for a very long time today. I've seen you in the hallway. Some of you I actually saw in the cafeteria. So you have been here a very long time today, and I want you to know how much we greatly appreciate you being here. We greatly appreciate you ensuring that your voice is a part of the records. And making sure that you have an opportunity to state your position on the bills and what should be done. However, I do want to mention that we find ourselves in a very unusual place. We drew a map that we sent up that the Supreme Court sent back to us saying that this map was unconstitutional and put us in a place where we had to redraw the map. So that's what we're doing now. We are redrawing the map because this is what we received from the Supreme Court. I can guarantee you that no one probably up here wanted to be doing this at this time. However, we are here. And some of us find ourselves in a situation that we never thought that we would ever be in again. But nevertheless, we are here. But I want to make sure that you know that we want your voice to be heard. We want to hear your voice. We want you to share your position, but I will respectfully ask everyone to share your position in a way that is respectful, decently, and in order. And I know that this can be contentious, and so we understand that if you share with a lot of passion, we do understand that, and I'm not talking about that. I'm just sharing that no name calling, no disrespecting, hopefully, of any of the members that are here, because I can assure you, we are here because we need to be here and we have to be here. But at the end of the day, we have already concluded that if it takes us all night to be here, we've agreed to be here all night to ensure that we do give everybody an opportunity to be heard. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I will yield the mic back to you.
Thank you, Madam Pro Temp. Senator Jenkins for a question.
No, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just want for clarity's sake, the chairman said something that, but I want to make sure everybody understand. Senate Bill 116 would have been a 6-0 map that would not be coming out of this committee. A 6-0 map would not come out of this committee. So I just want everybody to understand that as we get ready to go into this process. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Jenkins. Senator Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a point of order. We typically want to just make sure that the process is that I understand. Typically, when a bill is heard and the author wants an amendment on, we usually, if that amendment gets on, we let then we debate the bill in its amended form. Is that going to be? And that's when the testimony will be if a bill gets amended. That the public will be able to testify on the amended form, correct?
That's correct. That is correct.
All right. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Senator Miller. All right. We light y'all up. All right. Chairman Price, welcome to the committee. Been a long day.
It has been, but
The table is yours. Tell us about Senate Bill 407.
thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, members of the committee. I am here to present to you again Senate Bill 407, but I do want to make a statement that I'm happy that my constituents and some of your constituents did show back up. I know this bill came about, everybody was expecting to be here on Wednesday. You announced last week that we'd be doing it Wednesday, but they are here, and I'm proud of the fact that they are here. It may have been some inconvenience. We may have some that didn't make it because of that, but we're going to go through this process, and hopefully we'll get through it in a fashion that we all respectful and do those things.
Chairman Price, can I acknowledge why we did that? We wanted to be able to do that. We thought about it. There's going to be a very busy day tomorrow with all the other committees going on. And so we did this tonight. That way they could have all the overflow rooms to be able to come here, listen, and sit. Because if not, what happened last time, the fire marshal came in and said that there was a fire hazard with everything. Yeah. So we wanted to give ample opportunity to be able to come into the overflow rooms to sit and watch and come testify.
And I just want people to know that, we talked about fairness and fair maps. So you have to have a fair process, and it kind of threw some people off. So that's why I was making the statement. Let's have fair maps. Let's have a fair process. So I'll get into the bill.
Thank you, Chairman.
At this time, Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment on the bill. I think Senator Jenkins is going to offer up the amendments.
Senator Jenkins.
That's correct, Mr. Chairman. We have a couple of amendments that we want to offer up. I guess we have the staff to read those amendments in.
Mr. Plackey?
We have amendment set 3632 and amendment set 3584.
All right. We have those amendments that Senator Jenkins is offering up. You want to, is there any objection to those amendments? You wanted to discuss them first? We can discuss them first.
Shall we do them first?
While they pass them out, Amendment 3632 is being offered up by Senator Jenkins, and all this is technical to set the date, scene, place. On page 6, line 28, we're going to delete 2029 and insert 2027. Amendment 2 on page 7, line 3, delete 2028 and insert 2026. Amendment 3, page 7, line 12, delete 2029 and insert 2027. And Amendment 4 on page 7, line 14, 2029, insert 2027. That's to put it in line with the upcoming election. I ask your adoption of set 3632.
Hold on. I'm sorry, Senator Jenkins. Go ahead, for the record.
Yeah, I'm just offering up for adoption amendment set 3632.
All right, Senator Jenkins has made a motion to adopt Amendment Set 3632. Is there any objection to adopting those amendments? Seeing none, those amendments are adopted. Back on your bill now that it has been amended. Chairman Price.
We have another set of amendments.
Okay. All right.
Mr.
All right.
Chairman.
Sorry about that. Senator Jenkins.
Okay. So we have an amendment set 3584. If the author want to explain what that amendment set does.
Can you get those, Mr. Plackey? Okay, you pass those out. And that's the map, correct?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So Senator Jenkins, you're offering up
Amendment
that's
set
3584.
Yeah, amendment set 3584, which will update the map in the original bill.
Okay. Senator Jenkins is making a motion to adopt Amendment Set 3584. Is there any objection to the adoption of that amendment? Seeing none, 3584 is adopted. Back on your bill, Chairman Price.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members of the committee. What this amendment does and this map now does is demonstrate that it's possible to create a congressional plan for Louisiana that ensures black voters are not denied equal access to the political process while simultaneously complying with the Calais decision, traditional district criteria, and other legal requirements. The map does all this without using race to draw a line. I repeat, does not use race to draw a line. In fact, the map has 0 majority-minority districts. Instead, there are 2 districts, one based in New Orleans, the other in Baton Rouge, that were drawn without the goal of creating black majorities where black voters will still have the opportunity to elect representatives of their choice to Congress rather than have their vote diluted and fair representation denied. The map performs incredibly well on traditional redistricting criteria, including the objective highlighted by the legislature in Joint Rule 21. The map aims to keep precincts, parishes, municipalities, and large cities whole as best possible. For example, it only splits 7 parishes, and no parish is split across 3 or more districts. It keeps fully intact every Louisiana city with more than 20,000 residents, including New Orleans, Baton Rouge, Shreveport, Lafayette, Lake Charles, Kenner, Bossier City, Monroe, and Alexandria. The map is also compact, both visually and on mathematical measures of compactness for each of the districts. The map does not pair any incumbent in the same district, and the districts are contiguous. And most importantly, it is a fair map. Hundreds of Louisianians came before this committee last week in support of a map that would reflect all of Louisiana's community. This map is the best option to do in light of the Calais ruling. I welcome your feedback and hope that we can continue an open and transparent and inclusive process by advancing this map out of the committee and debate on the Senate floor. At this time, we can have discussion.
Senator Boudreaux, did you want to add anything to it?
Well, in addition to what Senator Price just said, I want to remind us that we got here because the Supreme Court ruled the map that 28 of us in the Senate voted on and approved, 28, signed by the governor, defended by the Attorney General, was ruled unconstitutional. That map had 2 congressional districts that reflected the picture of Louisiana, over 30% of the population being African American. As Senator Price also said, the Calais ruling is where we want to stick to. This map gives us two opportunity districts, and we'd be glad to get into the details. But this closely reflects where we were. And the ruling from the Supreme Court talk about the map that 28 of us voted for, approved, the governor signed, and the Attorney General defended. Any other map doesn't come close to it and doesn't fall in line with the Calais case that we are well aware of and why we're here today. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Boudreaux. Senator Jenkins, did you?
Just want to, first of all, thank you once again, Senator Price, for your work on this map and the updated map that you are presenting. I think it absolutely, not possibly, presents an opportunity for a 4-2 map. I mean, it's the most probable way to do a 4-2 map. Just looking at the map itself, one of the things I believe they always look at, they give it the eyeball test to look at the compactness of it. And I see where you're keeping most of the parishes within the 6 districts together. Is that right?
That is correct.
So there's a minimum of 6 districts that we have to produce here, and the 4 districts that are predominantly Republican in nature, those incumbents, they're not being moved in any kind of way out of their district?
That's exactly correct.
And then I'm looking at your map, it looks like your districts 2 and 6 would be districts that lean heavily Democratic, so to speak. Is that right?
Yes, sir, and that's what we were trying to do with the Supreme Court ruling, and they actually said you couldn't use race, but one thing that you can use is political parties and partisanship. So these maps definitely represent the ruling that they handed down.
Right. And the map would allow substantial equal opportunity for all citizens that live within those districts to elect a candidate of their choice without excessive consideration of race. Is that right?
That is correct.
Okay. Do you believe that this map also would be a remedy? Because Louisiana's had a lot of back and forth with legal challenges to maps. Do you think that this would be a remedy that would not violate the Voting Rights Act per Calais now and 14th Amendment?
Actually, this map was drawn strictly to make sure that it goes with the Calais decision, and that what we are going to do here is not a violation of the Voting Rights Act, even though the Voting Rights Act was basically gutted by the Supreme Court. But this falls in line with the ruling that they gave us.
And as far as community of interest, I see that this particular map, it really does maintain the capital area, Orleans area, Northwest Louisiana area, Acadiana area. All of those community of interest are being maintained in this particular map that you're presenting, which is a 4-2 map.
Yes, sir.
And this map that you have here, it does not in any indirect way dilute voting power for black voters. Would that also be correct?
That is correct.
Would this be a better preference for us to move forward with as a state, as opposed to a 5-1 map that's just going to pack most of your minority voters and Democratic voters into one district?
That's exactly what we're trying to avoid with this map.
And I'm looking at the numbers, registration numbers here. Let's look at District 6. When we look at the voter age population, I'm seeing white population 48.8 in District 6, 42.8 for black, and 4.6 for other. That's a pretty even spread with voting age population for District 6. Would you agree?
Yes, sir.
And then if we look at party affiliation, Democrats are at, in District 6, 44.9. Republicans are at 30%, and other registered voters are at 24%. That's a pretty even spread and competitive district that we have for District 6, right?
Yes, sir.
Not heavily relying upon any kind of racial or excessive racial consideration. Your other district is District 2. I'm looking at voter age population there, 44% white, 41% black, 8% other. Those are some very competitive numbers for District 2. Would you agree?
Yes, I do.
And then if we looked at the registration numbers, registered Democrats, 50%, Republicans, 20%, but your registered other party registration is 28%. That's a combined 48% that are non-Democrats in District 2.
That's correct.
That makes for another very competitive race along party line or registration line. Would you agree? I honestly think that a 4-2 map is what Louisiana should maintain. We had an existing map that was 4-2. Why we want to go back to 5-1? We don't want to go back. We want to maintain what we have and hopefully one day move forward. And I just want to commend you on this map because I believe that this is a very good step in the right direction of maintaining proportional representation throughout the state of Louisiana. And so thank you for your work on this map.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Jenkins. Up next, we have Senator Duplessis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Before I begin with my questions, I'd like to make a very brief statement. I want to thank Senator Gary Carter for his service, for his leadership. I appreciate the fact that he asked some very difficult questions, but they were very serious questions and very necessary questions. And as I now sit on this committee, it is my plan and my intent to continue to seek answers to those questions, because that's what the people of this state deserve. So as we all have a job to do, I want to just, again, acknowledge my colleague, Senator Carter, for being a fierce advocate and for standing up for the people that sent him here to represent them. So with that, Senator Price, I want to thank you for bringing this bill. Last week, you and I sat at that table together to present a similar version of the bill. Just like 2 years ago, we sat at that same table in 2024 and presented this legislature with a bill that would have been compliant with the Voting Rights Act prior to the Calais decision, correct?
That is correct.
With respect to the Calais decision, was there anything in the decision that required us to come in and draw a map at this time?
Well, yes, and what has happened, and because of the change of timing and days, I had legal counsel sitting here with me last week, as you probably know, and the Miss Victoria Wenger. And her suggestion from the legal side of it was, hey, let's do something different. Under the Calais case, they were saying about race, but they don't say anything about party. They don't say anything about partisanship. So let's present a map that's, you can do partisanship, you can do party, but not race. So because of the Calais decision, we back here with this map so that we can avoid what has happened in the past. I do believe this map, if contested, would hold up in the Supreme Court under that ruling.
Was there anything in the Calais case that required us to draw the map at this time, at this very moment?
Absolutely not.
Okay.
There's been often time when cases are so close to the election, as you probably know, that the rules falls in to say, and they've done that before, to say, hey, the next cycle, but for whatever reason, the Supreme Court decided that, well, not the Supreme Court, but the governor of the state decided that he would suspend the election and go forward with some of the election, but not these. So it did not tell us we had to draw maps.
Senator Price, you are a master of the rules in this institution. It is your belief that we followed the rules with respect to suspending the election?
Absolutely.
According to the law?
According to the law, absolutely not. And under Joint Rule 21 of this body, we still did not follow those rules.
Okay. Is there anything in the Calais decision that told us how our map should be drawn, other than the fact that the current Congressional District 6 was gerrymandered and illegal? Was there anything in the Calais decision that said how we should draw our maps?
No, they did not.
Okay, so they didn't tell us that we had to draw them right now at this moment.
That is correct.
Nor did they say specifically how we had to draw them. They just said that Congressional District 6 was illegal, unconstitutional.
Yes.
They didn't say we had to go from 2 majority-minority seats down to 1.
That is correct.
That was not in the decision.
Not in the decision.
Okay. Who currently holds the majority of seats throughout this state?
Republicans.
What political party?
The Republicans.
Okay, the Republicans. And if you were to say every statewide position, every member of the Republican Party that serves in this body and that serves in statewide elected office, what race are they in the state of Louisiana?
Caucasian.
Caucasian. Okay. And we are here today because there are going to be other bills presented that seek to expand that power, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, but your bill seeks to give a more fair representation of what the state of Louisiana looks like, correct?
Absolutely correct. It's about opportunity, and this bill will provide opportunity.
And it's not just along racial lines, it's also along political
lines.
Right, okay. Well, it's been an honor for me to serve with you in this process over these many years that we've been trying to get this right. Because the bill that ultimately got passed in 2024 was not the bill that you filed, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And that bill was pushed and signed and ultimately defended by the governor and the attorney general, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. All right. Well, I again, thank you for bringing the bill. Senator Jenkins did a great job covering the specifics with regard to all of the criteria for redistricting. It's compact. It's contiguous. It does not split parishes. It follows all of the criteria that we are supposed to follow with respect to redistricting. Why would anybody oppose this bill?
I don't see why anyone was, because this bill actually put in place 2 opportunity districts out of 6.
Okay.
And as you know, if you look at the registration, the Democrats, in most of these cases, have more Democrat registered than Republicans. And so even with that, we deserve that shot to make it fair.
Can you repeat that one more time? You said more Democrats registered than Republicans?
More Democrat registered, yes, in this state than Republicans.
So we have more Democrats registered in the state of Louisiana. Thank you. Thank you. And your bill gives us that opportunity to have Democrats have more representation in Congress.
Absolutely.
Right. All right. Thank you, Senator Price. I appreciate your leadership, and I appreciate you for bringing this bill.
Thank you, Senator DePlessis. Madam Pro Tem, Senator Barrow.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And my colleagues have really done a good job in asking all of the questions. I do want to go back to just maybe 1 or 2 things that has been asked. So certainly as we look at the map, it certainly looks like it fills the criteria that they have laid out for Calais. And I really love the fact that it looked like Baton Rouge was not split. I was taking a look at that. you kept us all together. But because they stated that it was gerrymandered, we came in and your map actually shows that we actually can still have 2 opportunity districts, or 2 districts that give individuals an opportunity to elect a candidate of their choice.
That is correct.
And so I really appreciate the hard work that you have put into that, and the math with the individuals who are registered to vote based upon the number of seats that we have, actually say how many members probably could be elected.
Out of the 6, we could have 2.
Could have 2.
Yes.
And may even have an opportunity. Sometimes I have a map that looked like we could have another possibility map as well, because when you look at the number of people, when you talk about parties, it's almost split down the middle between Democrats and Republicans, but there are more Democrats than Republicans, but then you have almost a third of other party.
That is correct. This is not about Democrat, Republican. It's about other no party also. We don't have independents anymore, so no party could actually be in the play here. Yes.
Yes, and that was something that I saw that I was looking at that was very interesting, that someone brought up in the last discussion, that then also kind of leans towards having an individual from a no party actually being elected, or another candidate, or have another person that could be either party. But I'm going to go back to something that Senator Duplessis brought up, and I'm looking actually at the statute. We have the rule, but I'm looking at the statute as it relates to elections and when an emergency election can be called. So RS 14401.1 talks about when a state of an emergency, when an election can be called, and normally there has to be a state of an emergency. So I wanted to know, are you aware of the state of the emergency?
And actually, Madam Pro Tem, it says a natural disaster. Right. If you look at it in that 14,
yeah,
it says natural disaster. There is no natural disaster that has happened to call an emergency, stop the election.
And was there supposed to be some level of process where the legislature was actually involved there and engaged?
Yes. Prior to calling the natural disaster, usually the legislature comes in and pass a concurrent resolution or something like that to the governor to call because of the natural disaster. This law actually came into place back during the Katrina era, when New Orleans was in disarray, and all across the state and all across the country. And so something had to be done to allow these citizens that were residents of this state and registered voters of this state to be able to vote. So the legislature came in and made those, passed the law to say that, hey, you can call and change the election because of a natural disaster. But as you said, we don't see a natural disaster, except that this election is so confusing people. I guess you can call that a natural disaster.
So let me ask you this. Do you recall the legislature being called and asked to do this?
Not at all. And we were already in session. So we could have had some discussion. It just didn't happen.
So we were not involved in that decision process.
That is
the legislature.
Correct. That is
the legislative branch. Let me be clear. Let me be clearer. So the legislative branch was not a part of that, nor was there any discussion with the legislative branch about the process, the procedure, how it would be handled, since elections had already started.
That is correct.
So at this point, we do know that early voting has ended. Elections will be this upcoming Saturday, and there are people who are confused about the process in terms of like what's going to happen to the votes. Do you happen to have any of that information?
Absolutely not. That would be a question for the Secretary of State.
And I know that she's not here. I had asked the chairman already if she was here and if she was going to be here, and he shared with me that because of the litigations, she could not be here. But I do believe that there were maybe a few questions she maybe should have been able to answer with us or for us, such as individuals who qualify to run, what would be the process for them if the maps are overturned? So do you happen to have any of that information?
I do not.
So we don't know what will happen if the individuals who are running, if the maps are redrawn, how that's going to impact those individuals who are running.
I don't know, and they probably don't either. I think this process has caused a lot of confusion. Just this weekend, last week, because some people with the closed primary, and I got the call, Senator Jenkins and I had a conversation because they were going to vote early, and if you don't declare that if you're a Democrat, if you're a no party, that I want to vote in the Democratic primary, I want to vote in the Republican primary, and you going in as a no party and you said, well, I'm no party, then you get that card to stick in that machine, and the only thing you're going to see on it is the constitutional amendment. So people are being denied that by not, because people are confused. They're really confused. So we started this process, but this process is not working like it should.
So there are some voters who may be disenfranchised at this point.
For voting for someone that they wanted to vote for, because when you put that card in the machine, the only thing come up is the constitutional amendment, if you no party.
Okay, and so I'm not going to continue to ask you these questions because I know that these are not questions that you can answer. But, Mr. Chair, I would like to try to at least get some answers to knowing. Oh, you got something?
I do have a little bit. I can introduce it into the record if you'd like me to.
Sure.
Madam Pro Tem. All right, this is from the Secretary of State that I'd like to introduce into the record. Dear Chairman Kleinpeter, early voting and absentee voting information can be found on the Secretary of State's website at the conclusion of each day of early voting. Early voting statistics have been available on the Secretary of State's website since 2008. Prior to early voting starting on May 2nd, 2026, 131,346 absentee ballots had been requested and sent out, with 123,409 of those being voters that are enrolled in a program to receive absentee ballots as part of the 65-plus age voters, military or disabled programs. Prior to the start of early voting, 41,475 absentee ballots had been received according to our standard procedure. Once early voting started, the number of absentee ballots received each day was included in the early voting statistics posted daily. No votes have been counted, and none will be counted until the day of the election. Early voting, absentee, and election day votes are counted on election day. This information was provided to the media as well. Say again, Senator Jenkins. What? Yeah, follow-up question?
I just want to get some clarity on
That was the final. You had a question on it?
Yes, on what you just said, yes, sir.
Okay.
So I'm just trying to, so the votes that have already been cast, would those votes be counted for the congressional election that they are contemplating having later?
I don't think that was specified in this. I think I can read it. I can hand it to you if you want, and you can look at it. It said at the end, it said no votes have been counted and none will be counted until the day of the election. Early voting, absentee, and election day votes are counted on election day.
It's still not totally clear as to whether or not those votes are actually going to be counted. Those that have already been cast,
Right. We
it's not totally
you
clear
can't
on
open up any ballots as of right now. So
Right. Okay. So that's something I guess we end up having to follow up on as to whether or not those votes will actually be a part of the counting process that takes place whenever the congressional elections take place.
Yes, sir. All right, thank you, Senator Jenkins. Madam Pro Temp.
And I was just going to echo that in terms of having that level of follow-up. And the other question that I would have, and I don't know how this process would actually work, but those individuals, for the expenditures that they have spent, how would that work? If they decided to run again, would they have to actually pay qualifying fees again, all of those things?
Very good question.
And so I think those are things that we need to have answers to.
That's good questions.
Yeah.
All right. The board is clear. Oh, I'm sorry. Senator Jenkins.
No, I want to go back to something that the author mentioned, because once again, you know, the big push now is you can draw lines, you know, permissibly along partisan considerations. And, you know, I'm looking at information here. If you look at this, I think it's somewhat noteworthy. Democratic voters in this state, 1.2 million. Republican registered voters in this state, 1 million. Other unaffiliated, no party voters, 816,000. So if we're doing partisan considerations, you should be looking at a 3-3 map. Would you agree with me?
I certainly would.
You know, I don't know how we got to where we are, but I do think you have an appropriate answer. I think that the full body of this Senate deserves an opportunity to be a part of this debate beyond this committee. And for that reason, Mr. Chairman, at the appropriate time, I move that this Senate bill, as amended, move forward from this committee and makes its way to the full Senate for consideration.
It's not that time, but I will note that, Senator Jenkins. All right, if there's no further questions from the committee, I'll go ahead and move on to the green cards.
Yes, sir.
All right, so first we'll take up Senator Katrina Jackson is in the room. I'll let her have the table, and then after that, I will take up. Did I see him here? Mr. Josiah Hardy, Leonard Hollis Jr., and Melissa Flournoy. So again, those names are Josiah Hardy, Leonard Hollis Jr., and Melissa Flournoy.
Ms. Flournoy is.
Yes, ma'am.
And who else was it?
And Josiah Harding.
Josiah Harding.
The young 16-year-old. Oh, he's in an overflow room.
Overflow room. Minutes. I can't do it in 3 minutes.
Thank you.
Oh, look at the baby. I'm sorry, baby. Here we go. Me? Oh, her.
My friend. Ma'am? Do I? Senator Katrina Jackson Andrews, good evening. How are you?
Good evening, Mr. Chairman and members. It's kind of hard to unpack in 3 minutes what the Supreme Court has torn up that has been in place since 1965. I believe that the gentleman who sat before me and the members of this committee have expounded on every legal question regarding this bill and this map, and it can withstand legal muster. What I'm here for is this. Not one district in the state of Louisiana is 100% Republican. Not one district in the state of Louisiana is 100% independent, nor is one district in the state 100% Democrat. As senators, we take the oath to uphold the Constitution and represent the people of our district. Whether those people voted for us or not is of no moment once we step in this building. We base everything on the people from back home. I said it to say that all of us have Republicans, Democrats, and independents in our district. So the fair thing to do when you take the oath is to make sure all people are represented. I believe this map, I know this map gives proper representation to every person across the state of Louisiana. Now, that fair representation does not have to veer on race. It really doesn't have to veer on party lines if we do what God calls us to do, and that's to seek justice, live in love and kindness, and to walk humbly before Him. This is one thing I always say in this building, and it's going to hold true for redistricting or any bill that's going to come before us respectfully. I didn't pledge allegiance to a party, to a state, or to a nation before I pledge allegiance to God. And every day, I live with the reality as a believer that at some point, when everything else is said and done, I'm going to have to face Him. And I'm going to have to face Him with every decision I make. And I vote on every bill that way. And I employ my fellow brothers and sisters of this committee to take a thought on that. Because it's hard to go against party. It's hard to go against people who are emailing and screaming in your ear. But the simple truth is, it's what's required of us. Because you can't advocate for children. You can't advocate for education. You can't advocate for health care without someone standing with you. Because not one of our votes alone can do anything. But when we work together, things happen. To marginalize any group of people, whether it be for race, whether it be based on party, or anything, would be wrong. And this bill, Mr. Chairman, and I know I have 3 minutes, maybe that's my, is that my 3 minutes?
That's your 3 minutes. You do have a question from
Thank you.
Madam Pro Tem Barrow.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you so much for your comments. I mean, you were just spot on in terms of when we take the oath and what we agree to do. And at the end of the day, you know, people just expect us to do the job we've been called to do. They don't care about anything else. They expect us to do what we've been called to do. As you have taken a look at this map, you've had an opportunity
Yes,
to look
have.
at it. It absolutely,
right in front of me.
Yeah, okay. It looks like it falls absolutely square in line with what they have now required or said in from the Cali ruling, as well as what our data shows us in terms of what can happen.
Yes, it does. It looks at, if you look at like the author did, and like Senator Jenkins did, and the registered Democrats, Republicans, and Independent is right along those lines. When you look at compactness, and unfortunately, the Calais decision said what it said, and we hope and pray for the day that it's reversed. Mm-hmm. But we're operating within those confines. Mm-hmm. And this map operates within those confines. It's actually the best map I've seen to operate in any state, because we've been looking at the states around the nation who are drawing maps right now. Mm-hmm. But to call Senator Barrow for just a Republican map,
yeah,
to call for a 5-1 Democratic map, would it be unfair to any of our constituents?
Especially when you see the data now, right? I mean, when you look at the numbers, I mean, we just listed it. I mean, there are more registered Democrats, but the Democrats and the Republicans are almost neck and neck, right? But then you have the independent or no party who are right there. So when you talk about the level of fairness in terms of what that should look like, I think I said it, Sam said it. I mean, if we're going to look at it along those lines, we can really have a 3-3.
Yes.
map. So definitely 5-1 absolutely does not fit. And this does seem like it's very contiguous. It has community of interest together, which I think is very important. And so, I mean, as you review and look at that, I think it is the best map at this point.
It is the best map, I think, that's going to come out of this committee, if it were to come out of this committee. It's the best map that would be accepted overwhelmingly by members of the Legislative Black Caucus, by members of the Democratic Caucus, and hopefully the Republican Caucus. If we just do, number one, what the Supreme Court told us to do, unfortunately, and also if we do what God requires us to do, and that's to represent everyone. We throw up our hands up, and many of us take an oath on our Bible. So we take that oath to represent.
My last question to you would be, when you went back home over the weekend, what were some of the things that you heard, some of the things that people may have said to you, including your mom?
I'll start with my mom. Because sometimes, although I don't want to hear her advice, she gave some of the best advice. First, she made a statement. She said she never thought she'd see the day where Louisiana and the nation regress as much as they have by one decision. But she also told me to do what I always do, to try to be respectful, to fight for the people, and to fight for fairness. So when you look at fairness, 5-1 map is not going to be fair. A 4-2 map may not be as fair with the numbers we've heard today, but at least it says that we're working together. This map says that Louisiana is not like Alabama, it's not like South Carolina, it's not like Mississippi or anyone else. That we know that we're better when we work together, and that we're going to represent all people regardless of what district we come from. That's what this map says. That's a lot more than what let me tell you what the court cannot legislate. Morality.
That's right.
That is for each of us to do.
That's right.
This is a moral map. It's not only fair, but it's moral, and I don't question any of the members' morality. I never would. But I say to you that I've taken some votes against my party. And I've also walked out of here from those votes with death threats. I've had police stationed in my first years here at my office and at my house. So I would never promote violence. But the truth is, I took that vote knowing, and I will say this to you, Senator, because you know how I've legislated, that I'm going to answer to a party for a little while. But ultimately, I'm going to answer to God.
That's right.
And I'm just asking for those believers to remember that politics only lasts so long, but heaven is where we are always.
That's right. Very good. I totally agree. Thank you. Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Madam Pro Temp. Thank you, Senator Senator Katrina Jackson Andrews.
Look at Jenkins. I know you're a Cowboys fan, so you don't want to hear, and I'm a Saints fan.
I apologize.
You don't have to apologize. We've all had a long day, and Jenkins is a member that I respect, so I'm never going to be insulted by you calling me Jenkins until football season.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Next up, we'll take up Miss Melissa Flournoy. Please state your name for the record.
Yes, sir. Good evening, Mr. Chairman. I'm Dr. Melissa Flournoy. I'm the board chair of 10,000 Women Louisiana. And I'm proud to be here this evening with so many advocates and voters from around the state who came on very short notice to make their voices heard. And we hope that you understand what the impact is of this discussion tonight, that you understand the impact on voters across the state of Louisiana, African American voters, white people, Democrats, Republicans, no party voters. You know, I was in the legislature years ago when we created the second minority district in 1992, which was eliminated in 1996. We waited 32 years for a second minority district. And so my question to you today is, how long are you going to make us wait this time? I think it's incumbent upon us as stewards of politics in Louisiana to support Senate Bill 407, to vote for a 402 map. Because the Calais decision said we can't do racial gerrymandering that benefits minorities, nor should we do racial gerrymandering that benefits white people. Much of the intense litigation and conflict over gerrymandering in 2026 has been concentrated in southern states, with critics describing these efforts as Jim Crow 2.0. On Friday, we heard heartfelt testimony from African American leaders and voters from around the state who said, "This is Louisiana. We are better than that." I want us to live up to that challenge and be better than that. You have the opportunity to prove whether Louisiana is a state where everyone matters, that respects our historic cultural diversity, our food, our music culture. Or are we just another state where white power and a political agenda has taken over our politics and demeaned our relationships, has challenged the character of our state, and has forced us to look about rolling back the clock to almost a pre-civil rights era. Redistricting in the United States is frequently intertwined with racial discrimination, where voting lines are drawn to manipulate the political power of minority communities or majority communities through gerrymandering. So let's talk about political parties, because the Calais decision says you can draw lines based on political parties. As a white Democratic voter in Louisiana, in a state that is essentially a third Democrat, a third no party, and a third Republican, let's draw a map that demonstrates at least a 4-2 Republican to Democrat congressional map, when really we should be drawing a 3-3 map. Since a majority of Democrats are people of color, let's draw maps that recognize the voting power of Democrats. Since we're keen not to want to talk about race, let's talk about political party. Because I think it's only fair when we draw new districts to represent the people of Louisiana. We want decisions to be made that qualify us, and you know that your decisions today will be a testament to your character, your values, and how do you choose to lead in a time when democracy is on the line in Louisiana. I ask you to vote for a 4-2 map. It's the right thing to do.
Thank you, Ms. Melissa.
I have a question for Ms. Melissa.
Senator Jenkins for a question.
Yeah, thank you for that testimony. Would you agree with me that discriminating against a person because of their political views is just as wrong as discriminating against a person because of their color?
Yes, sir.
That's something we just should not engage ourselves into, right?
No, sir.
And then if we're looking at this particular map and we want fair representation, even from a political standpoint, a 4-2 map gets us much closer than a 5-1 map.
Now, a 4-2 map is the most appropriate way to represent the people of Louisiana, particularly in this heated political time. And I think all of the gentlemen and lady who are on this committee know that the 4-2 map is the right way to do it, and it's the right way for Louisiana to protect the rights of all of our voters, black, white, urban, rural. And so I understand and appreciate the intensity of this moment, and I think that this really is a test of our political character in the 21st century.
And this map takes in all those type considerations.
Yes, sir.
And making sure that everybody, because we want everybody to be fairly represented and have a voice in Congress. That's what Louisiana needs and wants, right?
Yes, sir. I've been paying attention and involved in redistricting in Louisiana since after the 1990 census. And the map that has been drawn by Senator Price is clearly the most compact and contiguous map that represents communities of interest. It fulfills all of the expectations of the new Calais decision, and I think it validates our concern around fairness and representation of all of the voters in Louisiana.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Yes,
Thank you,
sir.
Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Jenkins. Madam Pro Temp.
And I promise, guys, I'm not going to belabor us tonight with comments, but I do want to recognize former Representative Flournoy, and like Representative Dorsey always says, she said, once a representative, once a senator, always a representative. So I see Senator Karen Carter Peterson here as well. It says a lot to me when individuals who have once served come back to ensure that they are at the table and that they are speaking to members who are currently serving and sharing that wisdom and that knowledge. And you kind of gave some numbers in terms of years, in terms of the last time we actually was able to add another minority seat, add a seat where people had an opportunity to choose and vote for a candidate of their choice. And I just want to let you know how much I do appreciate you coming back. And I will never forget what you said to me. It seemed like 100 years ago, because I had just gotten to the legislature. And you told me that you could always tell the conscience of the legislature based upon how they spend their money. And I never forgot that. And that has bared to be very true since I served. So I just want to thank you for your service and thank you for coming back again because you were here on Friday.
Thank you, Senator Barr. Appreciate y'all.
Thank you, Madam Pro Temp. Before we go on to the next card, I think I had a third person. Mr. Leonard Hollis, did he show up? Mr. Leonard Hollis Jr. might be in the overflow room.
You can.
Okay.
I'm going to call her up next. Yeah, you can. The questions are finished. Okay. Mr. Josiah Hardy, you made an impact on a lot of people when you came on Friday.
Yes, sir.
Such a young man with such passion and the confidence that you have. You got a good head on your shoulders, young man. You're gonna make an impact on a lot of people's lives. So, the floor is yours, and give us your testimony, please.
Thank you. Good evening, Chair and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Josiah Hardy. I'm a sophomore at LSU Laboratory School and the founder and director of Project 2028. But I'm not here to speak about me today. I'm here to speak about the past, the present, and the future. My great-grandfather, Robert Eaton Sr., who is still alive and 82 years old, was a civil rights attorney who fought for voting rights and equal representation in Baton Rouge during a time where black voters were intentionally silenced. So standing here in 2026, I have to ask, why are we still fighting the same fight decades later? Even though I have school tomorrow, I chose to be here because this issue is urgent and directly impacts the future my generation will inherit. I want to remind you again that young people are watching. We have studied the past, we are witnessing the present, and we are understanding what is at stake when representation and civic participation are threatened. That is why I stand in opposition to Senate Bill 121, because policies that weaken representation move Louisiana backward, not forward. And I stand in support of Senate Bill 407 because our generation deserves policies that strengthen civic engagement and protect the voices of Louisiana communities. My great-grandfather believed democracy is stronger when more people are included, not excluded. Further generations should not have to keep fighting the same battles for fairness and voting rights that leaders before us have already fought. And like I said before, if you want to plan for the future, then you need to allow the future to be a part of your planning. Thank you.
Thank you for that testimony. I figured Senator Duplessis was going to want a question for him. Senator Duplessis, you have the floor.
Yes.
Thank you, Josiah. Thank you for being here tonight. Thank you for being here again. But you shouldn't have to be here. You shouldn't have to spend your time doing this. I'm grateful that you are, but you should not be here right now. You said the bill that you're opposed to and the bill that you support. I also oppose the bill that you oppose, and I support the bill that you support for the very specific reason so that you, one day, can be my congressman in the state of Louisiana. I'm not going to give you platitudes. I'm not going to tell you how brilliant you are because we already know it. But just telling you that isn't enough. We have to show you. We have to show you that we really care about you. And we have to show you that we really value you. And we can do that with fair representation in these maps. Because I'm personally, Josiah, not going to sit here and just tell you how great you are. I'm going to fight for you because I want you to be my congressman one day. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Plessis. The floor is clear. Thank you again for coming today. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Good job doing that. Mr. Hollins Jr.?
Yeah.
Okay. Also, the next, I'll call two people up before you start, please.
Okay.
Senator and I think Chairwoman Karen Carter Peterson, is she here?
Yes.
And then is there a Peyton Rose Michelle in here? Okay, I'll call, let me get through a few cards. We have the three at the table. Ms. Karen Carter Peterson, Mr. Leonard Hollis. Is there Bruce Riley in here? Peyton Rose Michelle. Josiah just talked. Melissa Flournoy. Sally O'Donnellan, doctor. Okay. Peyton, you'll be in the queue. Okay, yeah, you can take the table.
Is your first time ever speaking?
I served here for 22 years.
Come on.
As chair of this committee.
All right, so at the table we have Leonard Hollins Jr., Chairwoman Karen Carter Peterson, and Peyton Rose Michelle. Mr. Leonard, I know I called you up first. Do you want to yield to Chairwoman?
Go ahead, you go.
You sure?
Okay.
You sure?
All right.
Gotcha. Yeah, that's fine.
Mr. Leonard, please state your name for the record.
Yes. Hello, everyone. My name is Leonard Hollins Jr., and I'm representing my group, and it's called Turn Louisiana Blue, which can be found on Facebook and GroupMe.
All right. Go ahead.
Okay,
with
cool.
your testimony.
Okay, gotcha. I didn't know if I wanted to write something down today or if I wanted to come in here and speak from the heart. But I do know that regardless of if I was if I wrote something down, if I said something from the heart, I don't think that would make a difference in what you guys' decision are going to be at the end of the day. Now, I understand why you all vote the way you do. You do it because if you don't, you'll be out of a job and replaced by someone who is more conservative than that of which you claim to be. What I want you to realize is that the people of Louisiana value doing the right thing over how loyal you are to a Cheeto Puff who wears a pamper that's only going to be president for another 2 years and a guy who has another 12 months to enjoy the governor's mansion down the street. And I will see to it that Jeff Landry, being a one-term governor, even if I have to put my housing company to the side where I purchased almost 100 homes in a 3-year span and used my marketing degree from the best university on the planet, which is the Southern University A&M College, to run against it myself. You know, I made 31 years old on the 9th. And the questions that people my age get asked the most is, why aren't you guys interested in politics and why don't you guys vote? Unfortunately, I'm staring the answers to those questions in the face today. And I'll leave you with this. Before you 6-0 this map, because I know that's unfortunately how it's going to turn out, I ask that you think of every African American you watch who plays for Build a Lake to Keep Southern Out LSU, and Charlie Kirklove and Gail Benson. Every African American who has made you smile, laugh, or has brought tears of joy into your life, and know that we will be in a position that if you were in our position, you would be sitting where I'm sitting right now, giving a similar speech. Democrats, we're on the first floor and Republicans are in the basement. If we want to beat them, we have to drag them to hell. We can pray, we can march, we can give 1,000 speeches at this table. None of that matters. We have to beat them at their own game. If they're using lighter fluid to burn us, we got to use dicey anthacetylene with ozone to burn them past the point of being ashes. Please do unto others as you want done upon yourself. Thank you for your time, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you.
No, I'm sorry. And another thing, the penguin that we have as lieutenant governor, his time is limited as well.
All right.
And anyone else who is a Donald Trump gooch licker. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony.
Leonard Hollins Jr. would turn Louisiana blue.
All right, Madam Chair, please state your name for the record.
Thank you. My name is Karen Carter Peterson. I had the pleasure of serving in this body for 22 years in the House and in the Senate. And Chairman Klein-Peter, thank you for your service, and to all the members here. I was also chair of this committee, so I know the heavy load that you have here. I want to make sure I get all of my points across. I don't want to take much time, but it's really good to see all of you. I try to extend grace to those that have extended grace to me, and I'm grateful for all of you. I recognize the difficult responsibility before this legislature following the recent guidance from the United States Supreme Court concerning the congressional redistricting. The court has made clear that race cannot predominate the drawing of the districts. We got that. At the same time, however, the Constitution, the U.S. Constitution, still permits and in many ways requires that the legislature consider legitimate traditional redistricting principles. I did this 3 times, by the way. In 2000, in 2010, and 2020. Those principles are actual election performance. Someone has talked about that. Political cohesion and meaningful democratic representation, democratic with a small d, representation for all of Louisiana citizens. The Constitution does not guarantee proportional representation for any political party, but it does protect citizens' fundamental right to meaningful participation in a democratic and representative form of government. That is fundamental for every citizen. So 2 things. I want to talk about the Equal Protection Clause, and I also want to talk about the First Amendment freedom to associate. All right? Equal Protection Clause, 14th Amendment, provides that no state shall deny to any person within its jurisdiction the equal protection of laws. That constitutional protection includes the principle that citizens, Louisiana citizens, are entitled to substantially equal participation in the electoral process and protection against the unnecessary dilution or fragmentation of cohesive voting communities in ways that weaken citizens' ability to effectively participate in representative democracy. The United States Supreme Court has repeatedly recognized that one person, one vote doctrine, that representation must be meaningful and that citizens are entitled to equal protection participation. While the Constitution does not require any guaranteed electoral outcome, it does prohibit unnecessary dilution of voting strength through districting decisions that fracture coherent political communities without a legitimate justification. I would argue today that but for this map that's offered by Senator Price, the other ones do just that. No legitimate justification for diluting what exists right now, 4-2. There's no, I'm not even talking about 3-3. There's no legitimate justification for changing what we have. It just can't be based on race. Got that part. Calais. The First Amendment also protects the rights of citizens to freedom of speech, political expression, peaceful assembly, and association. These protections include the rights of citizens to politically associate, organize collectively, advocate around shared political interests, and participate effectively in representative democracy without having their collective political strength unnecessarily fragmented or diluted. All of the bills the other bill, because the other ones were discarded, the bill that is being presented does just that, unnecessarily fragments and dilutes political strength. These constitutional protections matter because the congressional districts are not simply mathematical exercises. That's not what this is. The districts determine whether citizens are able to effectively organize around common regional interests, elect representatives, respond to their communities, and meaningfully participate in government. If you will, just permit me just a little bit more. I'm not going to be long. The Supreme Court has made clear that the race cannot predominate. Got that part, right? But the legislature may still consider legitimate traditional principles. Okay? Compactness, contiguity, preservation of parish integrity, those things exist in Senator Price's bill. Over the last 3 presidential elections, facts, like the kids say, facts, Louisiana has consistently demonstrated two distinct regional voting corridors where Democratic candidates actually perform strongly and where voters demonstrate durable political cohesion. Right? These are not racial observations. These are election performance realities demonstrated repeatedly over multiple election cycles, right? 38 to 40% of Democratic performance in every statewide election. Congressional districts are drawn regionally, not statewide. Louisiana may vote Republican statewide, but that does not eliminate the existence of distinct regional political communities. That would, if we did anything other than this bill, it would be ignoring that. 40% of the people, just wipe them out. Don't worry about them. So importantly, Louisiana currently has 2 Democratic members of Congress serving in districts that reflect these very regional political realities. That demonstrates that these districts are not theoretical, but actually can be drawn. Just like you're looking at a blank slate, you got Calais, you can actually draw this, and it's not complicated. So the concern raised by many citizens in this process is not about guaranteeing outcomes for a political party. Some might argue that Republicans are trying to do that. The concern is whether district lines fairly reflect Louisiana's political geography. I'm coming to a close. And whether voters in coherent communities are being unnecessarily divided in ways that weaken meaningful representation. So when cohesive communities are repeatedly fragmented and absorbed into districts where their political voice is substantially diminished, citizens reasonably perceive that their participation in representative government has been weakened. So that's why you see all these people here. That concern goes directly to the constitutional principles of equal protection, democratic legitimacy, and effective representation. So this legislature, all of you, have the ability to comply fully with the Constitution and the Supreme Court's guidance while still recognizing actual election performance, regional political cohesion, and legitimate communities of interest throughout Louisiana. So finally, a lawful map and a constitutional map can recognize the realities that I just mentioned without relying upon race. You can do that easily because it already exists. Doing so strengthens public confidence in representative government, to my friend right here who just testified. When he sees that happen, then it's reflective of the actuality, the realities of the state of Louisiana and former Representative Flournoy and what Senator Price and Senator Boudreaux presented. When we see that happen, that represents fairness, that represents justice. And so I'm asking that you pass this bill, continue to have meaningful, and so that we can continue to have meaningful and effective participation in the democratic process. And I thank you for your time and permitting me to present before the committee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Senator Jenkins for a question first.
All right, I just want to express appreciation to you for coming and sharing your insight, your testimony. Like you say, you served on this committee, and the Senate and Governmental Affairs Committee is a serious committee. We deal with serious issues, especially voting issues. And just hearing your testimony, even though the Supreme Court has recently weakened the Voting Rights Act, you said to us there are other constitutional challenges that could be out there if we don't get this map right. Is that what I'm hearing?
Absolutely. I mean, the 14th Amendment isn't going away, last I checked. One would hope, because otherwise we got a real big problem. And the First Amendment isn't going away, freedom of association. So equal protection and freedom of association are the reason that I'm here supporting Senator Price's bill. There are many, you say there's always many ways to skin a cat, right?
Right.
One would hope that people just come from a position of morality, as Senator Jackson has suggested, or just a position of justice and fair, or how would I want to be treated, right?
Right.
Do unto others as you want done unto you, right? Grace,
And,
mercy.
And if the legislature doesn't get this right, if we don't draw the map right, then we're asking the court to step in and do it.
Well,
That's
there's no
pretty much
question. I
where we
mean,
are.
this would be the basis for a constitutional challenge to the districts, because the performance speaks for itself. No one would argue that there hasn't been 38 to 40% Democratic performance in this state for the last 3 presidential cycles, probably 4. I just went back 3 times. I mean, that's enough, but I could go back, right? We've already heard the numbers, 1.1 Democratic registration, 800,000 Republicans. So you want to draw maps that are 5-1, is what I understand the next bill that's offered by Senator Morris, but even that is not reflective of the Republican voter registration. So what are we
Exactly.
doing? So
Exactly.
this is not hypothetical. This is not theoretical. This is practical. And if we look at practical evidence of the election performance, guess what it is? It actually says more than 4-2, but we're just saying keep what you have from a Democratic Republican performance. And that is certainly something that the U.S. Supreme Court, notwithstanding race, could approve.
Exactly. Thank you. I
You're
appreciate
welcome.
your insight. Thank you for being here today, and thank you for your testimony. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Jenkins. Madam Pro Tem.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, and I do want to thank you as well. Have had the opportunity to serve with you for many years and really, truly enjoyed your leadership. And I forgot that you actually went through 3 different cycles with this, so you truly know this process inside and out. And I thank you for bringing up those very valid points that we need to not forget. But I do want to ask you this question, because this is something that I have somewhat pondered over the last couple of days. Could this enter into a process where we would have individuals having taxation without representation?
So you could argue that the Equal Protection Clause, if another bill that didn't accurately reflect the citizens' the current citizenry in Louisiana, and that Louisiana citizens were not given the opportunity in certain districts to elect a candidate of choice. So yes, the answer is yes. There could arguably be equal protection arguments made at the court level because clearly if there is a 5-1 district that is presented and passed all throughout the legislation the governor signs, then that district would not necessarily, I haven't seen it, right?
Yes.
It's kind of short notice, but haven't seen it yet. And if that district doesn't reflect an opportunity, it's potentially challenging. So yes, you could be right back here.
Yes, and along those lines, you know, again, we've done it before.
Yes.
We are living it now.
Yes.
It's representative now, even though they say it's gerrymander. We have a map right here that shows that it can be drawn within the confines that were outlined where you would have the representation.
Senator Price's bill meets all of the redistricting principles. It's clearly compact, cohesive, maintains most parishes, and it keeps communities of interest. I mean, if you look at redistricting principles, it goes to media markets, it goes to culture.
That's right.
Right. And so, if you look at the other bill that has been presented by Senator Morris, I know we're not on that, so I don't want to get too far off, but Senator Price's bill gets it right. It is certainly something that can be upheld at the highest level of the Supreme Court based on the equal protection and First Amendment.
You've been here.
Yes, ma'am.
Many times before. What would be your recommendation to us? You know how tough it could be.
Well, here's the interesting thing, Senator Barrow. Yes, I've been here. We sometimes we make mistakes.
Yes.
There are often times that I've been in this chamber where I've been the only vote no, because I said, "Oh, this is unconstitutional. I'm not voting for this," and people looking at me like, "But everybody's for it." But it's not constitutional. It took fighting through the court system, and maybe it took a little while, but it did come back where we had to undo things. So sometimes it's easier to go with the flow and go with what people are saying in the majority. But I think this is a moment in history that's going to be looked upon as a time where everyone should do their own introspection. They should look at their district, but they should think about the best interests of Louisiana as a whole. This young man, Mr. Walker, I think it was, just Hosea.
Hardy.
Mr. Hardy was here because he does feel something's at stake, and his grandfather actually fought for that, right? And that's all he was asking for, that the people on this committee give him a fair shake. Well, last week I saw that 4 congressmen, Democratic congressmen, that has served, and so if you add Democrats, it's not many more than the 4. Those were African American.
That's right.
I actually worked for Billy Tozan when I was 18 years old. He was a Democrat then. There was Lindy Boggs.
Yes.
And not many more. Not more than 10.
That's
total.
right.
probably less than 8. And but the numbers speak for themselves. 1.1. It's the majority of the registration in the state. So even if you want to just do the math, it doesn't make sense. So what I would suggest is that we do something that's fair for the citizens, Mr. Chairman. I would implore you to be considerate of that and be fair and just and treat others like you would want to be treated.
Thank you.
If you were in this position.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Senator Barrow. Thank you for your leadership.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Pro Tem. Senator Duplessis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My senator. So I just want to thank you for being here today.
Yes, sir.
I was really excited when I heard you were coming up, because for you to make the decision to come here today really speaks to and highlights the importance of what we are debating
Let's
right
talk
now.
about that for a second, Senator Plessis.
Yeah.
My husband asked me if I was crazy. He said, "You going up there?" I said, "I haven't been to this Capitol since my retreat."
Yeah.
I will call it my retreat.
Yeah.
And I said, "Yeah, but my heart tells me that this is a moment where I can't sit silently." He said, "I know you." So people in my community used to call me Tiger. There's a reason for that. And I said, I'm in a different season in life, but we're all on a journey. But it was really important to put my voice on the record. 22 years of service in this building is not for naught. I did a lot of good things for people, and I'm proud of that, even though I made some mistakes. And I said, this is one of those moments where you need to be accounted for. And there's no way I would let something like this happen to us, to me. I can't even vote right now because of my situation. But that's okay. I know a lot of people who do, and they represent me. And that's okay. But it is not acceptable to take something so valuable to our people and to do it with callous disregard for humanity. It's just egregious to me. I don't want to cry. I'm not going to scream. There's no racial undertone. It is what it is. Your vote will speak for you. No words necessary. I will be happy to answer your questions.
Thank you, Senator. I couldn't agree with you more. And that's why I'm so grateful that you're here.
You're very welcome.
Because often you were that voice, just like you were just now, that you were when you were in the legislature. When I was a young lawyer, or younger, I still like to think that I'm a young lawyer.
Okay, we'll go with
but
that.
But a younger lawyer. And I would come to this building, whether it was with the Martinet Society, I would watch you. You were my senator, right? Then when I joined the House, you were my colleague, and now you're my constituent. And I've watched you over the years, and I watched you govern in a legislature that wasn't quite like the one that we're in today. I watched you govern, I think as a country, we weren't like we are today. And I want you to speak a little bit to this democratic republic and why it's still important for the voices of those in the minority, even if that means we talk about representation on committees like a chairperson, right? You served when you were in the minority, but you still had leadership, right? I want you to just kind of illustrate and talk about what that means and how that affects our overall existence of making sure that everybody's voice is heard, that everybody's represented, and the ill effect of people not having an opportunity and not having their voices heard, right? And what this moment means for our state and what this moment means for our country if we dial back the voices of those who otherwise wouldn't have a voice, just based on your time and experience in government.
Yeah, I chaired the Lewis at a Martinet Society years ago as a young lawyer, along with my compadres Carl Connor and Cheryl Gray Evans, who is a former senator as well.
My predecessor, Cheryl Gray.
And when I think about A.P. Turo and Louis A. Martinet and other leaders, to answer your question, I'm going to have one quote. When the arrogance of power diminishes the rights of people, it's time for change. That's how I answer that question. When the arrogance of power diminishes the rights of people, it's time for change. So the question is Louisiana going to pay attention and then going to act for change because of what my expectation is what will happen because it's happened before? My hope is that it is inspirational, it is motivational, but it causes people to move on Saturday. Like this Saturday,
Right.
like it's Tuesday, like on Saturday show up.
Right.
Because nothing else has worked in the past. So a representative form of government we're not entitled to it,
Right.
clearly. You have to fight for it every day. And if you don't, it gets taken away. And so the silence of our voices becomes prevalent when we don't act. People think that we don't show up. Look at the building. The expectation was that not that many people would show up. The expectation was not for Karen Carter Peterson to come up here and testify. You got to do things that people don't expect for them to pay attention. And so there's a lot of work to do. I'm here for it. And I'm proud of you and your leadership. I hope you continue to lead. I'm glad you're here. And Senator Carter Stead, I do appreciate his leadership as well, and hope he gets back on the committee to champion our cause. And do not be silenced. Do continue to have courage. Continue to stand in the face of adversity. There are many people who did much more than we did. We have our crosses to bear.
That's right.
It comes with bruises. I have many of them. Sexism, racism in this right here building. Many instances of it. We can have another hearing on that with another committee. Maybe the Women and Children's Committee can talk about that. But it's life, and it's okay. We just roll with it, and we keep fighting, and we're not going away. So be clear, we're not going away. Here to stay.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Plessis. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for 22 years of service to this state. I know you probably in some dog fights, and look, we all make mistakes. I make mistakes every day. So again, thank you for serving the state.
Thank you, Senator.
Yep.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Yep.
Appreciate it.
Peyton Rose Michelle, please state your name for the record.
Absolutely. My name is Peyton Rose Michelle. I represent a community that's often targeted in this building under the guise of fairness, and I think, to me that means y'all really value fairness, and so do I. I think this SB 407 is the most fair of all the maps. I think, I think the community showing up to voice their opinions and to show you all how they feel about this speaks volumes. Folks have not been mobilizing to the Capitol as much this year because it's not always, doesn't always feel worth our time, but I'm glad people showed up today to show you what they felt about their time. I also want to extend my deepest gratitude to the Louisiana Legislative Black Caucus, because y'all fight for fairness every day y'all are in this building. Y'all fight for fairness for things that affect y'all. Y'all fight for fairness of things that do not affect y'all. And for that, I am so deeply appreciative of each and every one of you. I thought about calling out all of your names, but I don't want to waste that much time. But I am so deeply appreciative of you all, and I couldn't be here today to witness this all without sharing with you all how I feel about you all and offering my gratitude. And, on behalf of all of those people in the room, I know they feel the exact same way, and they love you all just as much as I do. And I don't have much else to say, but please vote yes on SB 407, and please vote for fairness. I mean, I don't know why that's so controversial, but it is. Vote yes on SB 407. Good night, everybody.
All right. Thank you for your testimony. All right. Next up, we have Chico Yancey, Bruce Riley. Did I call Sally Donnellan?
Call those three.
Who?
They're coming up now. You called him before.
I called Bruce Riley.
Oh, you're the third person.
She goes around.
Of course.
Tell them your name.
My name
Peyton
is
Rain.
Sally Donlin.
Sally.
Oh,
Molly.
Peyton Rain.
I'm sorry to ask this, but my bus is leaving. Could I go first?
Yes, ma'am.
I'd appreciate
I
it.
called a Peyton Rose. I think Peyton Rose just left. Yeah.
She spoke.
Do you? Huh?
She just spoke.
That was the last person.
Yeah. And your name is what?
Peyton Rain.
I think I called Peyton Rose. I'd have to find your card, but I think I called Peyton Rose.
They just sound very much
They
alike.
sound very much alike. Okay, Miss Sally, Bruce, and then if you do me a favor while you're there, go ahead and fill out another card, please,
Yes, sir.
because I don't think I have it.
Are you supporting this one?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, Miss Donnelly, please. Sorry, I'm trying to find
That's
three more
okay.
cards.
And I appreciate it. We're heading back to Acadiana, and they're out there yelling for me. My name is Sally Donlin. I'm from Lafayette, Louisiana, and I beg your indulgence because I'm a little upset, and I want you to know that I'm not necessarily upset with you folks up here, but I'm upset with what's going on. I'm here to speak in, and so I'm going to voice what I and Mike and many of your the legislature's constituents are feeling about what's going on right now. So please don't take it necessarily personally, but this is the feeling that's out there, okay? About 175 years ago, several southern states, including Louisiana, joined together to secede from the Union, therefore considered the United States. By these actions, those southern states officially became traitors against the standing nation. These southern states banded together in the treasonous pursuits of a continuation of the heinous practice of human slavery, a barbarous position untenable to the enlightened peoples of a young democratic nation. A bloodbath ensued such as Americans have never experienced since. After a bloody and harrowing 5 years, the smoke cleared. The Union of the United States had defeated the traitors. During all that time, I and my family have been Southerners. Prior to the Civil War, my family employed slaves, first in the tobacco fields of Virginia, and later in the sugar fields along the Teche in Acadiana. But little by little, democracy crept warily into the South, but the traitorous Confederate flags continued to fly. Most of us moved haltingly into the future, stumbling into a democracy in which all men were considered equal. Now, nearly 200 years later, I find myself led by a legislature who seems to have forgotten that they indeed lost the Civil War. Right? The white supremacists intent on disenfranchising people of color at every opportunity. They have affected this in New Orleans with the recent clerk of courts election, and I will say that this is part of the agenda. They're putting both of these courts under a competent black woman's tenure, okay? She's going to lead it knowing that she's not going to be able to do it. She's going to fail, and then they're going to say, the legislature's going to say, and the governor's going to say, you see, it's DEI. She couldn't do it because it can't be run by one person, okay? And we see this with these disingenuous other maps, other than Senate surprises, wink, wink, nod, nod, that southern states have rallied together to create. Such as SCOTUS ruling typically takes 30 days to go into effect, but not this time. Once voting begins, it is highly untypical for new maps to be employed in a clearly apparent ploy to disrupt the standard democratic process. We have just heard under oath that no natural emergency exists. The final and main point I want to make today is that you are not fooling anyone. Again, not necessarily you, but the folks who come up with these disingenuous maps. Your goal is clear, and our understanding of that goal is clear as well. They are fooling no one. The mistake is in misjudging the constituents of Louisiana. We treasure our votes, and we do not cotton to an effort to disenfranchise so many of us. I early voted, and you have disenfranchised me.
Thank you for your testimony, ma'am.
A reckoning is coming.
Ma'am, thank you for your
You have set a
testimony.
precedent, sir. You let
Thank
Ms.
you for your
Peterson
testimony.
speak.
Yeah, she
reckoning
served
is
this state
coming.
for
The
22
people you
years.
believe are too
Thank you for your
stupid to
testimony.
understand what you are doing will surprise you. What you're doing will surprise you at the polls when your names appear on the ballot. You can run, but you cannot hide.
Thank you for your testimony. Your bus is waiting.
Thank you.
Please state your name for the record.
My name is Peyton Rain, and I'm here today as a working class queer Louisianian, and as an organizer, and as someone who is tired of watching the people of this state treated as disposable every time we begin demanding real power. Let's be honest about what is happening. The attempt to revisit and redraw districts after communities organized, fought, voted, and secured representation is not about fairness. It is not about protecting democracy. It is a political assault on the people of Louisiana, especially black communities, poor communities, queer communities, and every working class community that has dared to speak too loudly. Our elected officials were sent here to serve the people, not manipulate maps when the people become inconvenient, not silence opposition through procedural games, and not carry out political revenge because grassroots movements are growing stronger across this state. You are elected to govern. So govern. Fix the healthcare crisis. Fix the collapsing infrastructure. Fix the underfunded schools. Fix the housing crisis. Fix the poverty wages that force people to work themselves into exhaustion just to survive. Instead, what do we see? More attacks on voting rights, more attacks on representation, more attempts to dilute the political power of communities that have historically been pushed to the margins. And now, under pressure from the Trump administration and national reactionary forces, we are watching another attempt to tell marginalized people that our votes only matter when they produce outcomes approved by those already in power. That is unacceptable. The people of Louisiana are not political obstacles to be managed. We are not numbers on a strategist's map. We are human beings. And the reason these attacks are happening now is because the people are organizing successfully. People are winning local races. People are building coalitions. People are demanding accountability. People are refusing to stay silent while billionaires, lobbyists, and extremists attempt to dominate public life. The political establishment is nervous because the people are no longer isolated from one another. We are building community across race, across neighborhoods, across identities, and across generations. And despite every effort to keep us divided, people are recognizing a simple truth. Working people have more in common with each other than we ever will with the politicians and donors benefiting off our suffering. So hear this clearly. We will not be intimidated into silence. We will not be erased through redistricting, and we will not politely accept attacks on our democratic rights while being told to wait our turns. For generations, marginalized communities in Louisiana have been told to be patient while corruption flourished, while wealth inequality deepened, while environmental destruction poisoned communities, and while basic human dignity was treated like a partisan issue. I personally think it's time for enough to be over.
Thank you for your testimony. Did you fill out a? Go ahead. All right, thank you. Mr. Bruce Riley, please state your name.
Mr. Chair, members of the committee, Bruce Riley with Vote. So they say that you can't draw a line focused on race, and we know that anyone who followed the redistricting as it happened, that was not y'all's intention. It was about Republican incumbents being protected. It was very overt and said it was passed by a white majority, Republican majority legislature signed by a white Republican governor. So the Supreme Court said what they said, but they also say you can draw lines based on party. The crazy thing about that, if we just step back for a minute and try to be objectively moral about whether that's right or wrong, that's basically like saying whoever won the Super Bowl gets to set the schedule next year and change the rules to maybe benefit. They have a better aerial attack or running defense or something like that, year after year. And so whoever happens to be in power gets to set the standard. Obviously, that's not objectively moral at all. It's not fair at all. But that is the world that we live in. But that doesn't mean that you all have to flex that particular power. Senator Price's bill, 407, I get the numbers mixed up. Obviously, it's very much compact. And I think, as former Chair Karen Carter Peterson was pointing out, you look at things like what makes a community across our state, what makes even a media market, where do people commute to, where does the disaster recovery go to? Clearly, under the 407 plan, there's a capital district, there's an Orleans district, there's a coastal district where people might have a large debate about whether we let the coast go away so we can drill more oil and gas, or whether we want to save the coast and people can live there and work off the water. There's a Mississippi River North, there's an Acadiana district. So there's some communities of interest there that make some sense. For example, SB 121 is something that cracks New Orleans into 3 districts and has District 2 surrounded by one side, District 6 that goes from the North Shore wrapped around the coast through BR, Baton Rouge, and on the other side, the North Shore down to the coast and gets Jefferson Parish. Obviously, that makes no sense to be splitting it up that way. But of course, we're talking about people that are geared towards party partisanship. But to that point, these bills, when I read, the data there, they talk about the grand total of registered Democrats, Republicans, and other, right? And so it says December 2025 is the data that they use. And so under the price bill, for example, there's 891,083 Democrats, there's 954,073 Republicans, and there's 665,117 other. But when you look at the Secretary of State's registration data from that very month, December 2025, there are 1,082,000 Democrats, 162, 1,052,319 Republicans, and 833,202 other. Where did those people go? Because clearly we're not looking at the same data set. The Secretary of State has one set of numbers and the bills have another set. I suggest that we go back and check where the data comes from, but basically they may disappear 192,000 Democrats from the same month, 58,000 Republicans from the same month, and 168,000 other people from the same month. I'm curious who's mathing the math here, because it's not adding up from this guy who actually does a lot of number crunching, and I'm trying to help serve y'all's information here. And honestly, if you're gonna do something partisan, you should at least have the right data. I'm a no party person, so I don't have a dog in this Democrat-Republican fight, but I really want to have fairness here, and I think that we need to have some equal protection for everybody. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Mr. Chico, please state your name for the record.
Yeah, my name is Chico Yancey with Vote. My mic is not on.
It's on, Mr. Chico.
It's on. Okay. Our Father, which art in heaven. I thought I'd start out that way because that's who we really serve, the real Father. And wow, here we are in 2026 and Jim Crow is still hanging around. This is unacceptable. And when I watched 60 Minutes the other evening, and I found out this guy said equal rights and extra rights. And I'm trying to figure out where in the hell did my ancestors get any extra from when they was on the damn plantation, seeing whips and chains. And then I thought about some of you guys are getting really good at throwing out people's votes. You just threw out 38,861 votes in New Orleans. Then I'm hearing that the guy that's leading this state, he's about to throw out 45,000 votes. God, man, what are we doing? You know, some people have never had equal rights, equal treatment, equal opportunities. And now you don't want us to have 2 black districts. I'm for 407 here with Senator Price. I applaud him for doing what he's doing. You know, no one ever asked my parents and grandparents, and I've testified several times that I saw my father fight for voting rights, my grandfather, and here I am, I'll be 81 in November, and I'm fighting for the same damn shit today. That don't make no sense. And some of y'all can sit back and look at us and look away like you, Senator. And you think that this is funny. My wife called me a while ago and said, hey, you know, it's getting a little late. You haven't made supper, you haven't had your medicine, your heart condition. And I said, the hell with that right now. I need to testify. This is important to me. And then when I listened at the young man, Josiah, a while ago, he gave me another little You know, I'm here every day. Every day. Because I know that my family would want me to fight for them the way that we are being treated today. How could you treat people in 2026 like you treated them in 1876? I just ain't going for that. And I'm going to quote Martin Luther King. Life's most persistent and urgent question is, what are you doing for others? Are you doing this because you've gotten a call from MAGA? Or are you doing this because you want to be popular? Well, you ain't popular with me, nor in my neighborhood.
Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Chico.
And thank you for listening to me, but I ain't finished. But I want to say this. Please do the right thing. It's important to our future, and you are on the radar. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, the board is clear. I'll call up Chandra Shea Foster, Mike Mosco, Molly Phillips. Any three of y'all in here? Mr. Mosco? Okay. Is anybody else? Chandra Foster, Molly Phillips, Matthew Humphrey. If I call your name, please say I'm here. Ashley Downing. Jones Simon. Lindsay Guru. Denham Springs. Mark Travasso. Lionel Bowers. If y'all are in the overflow rooms, please come to the committee room and let the sergeant at arms know that I've called your names. Maria Harmon. Linda Venable. Who? Terry Taylor Joseph. Jamie Segura. Dr. Chris Williams, Frankie Robertson,
Lindsay Garcia.
Sure did.
Greenwood Drive, yes. Come on to the table. All right, we got three.
Like your outfit too. Thank you. I like the same.
All right. We have Mike Mosco, Lindsay Garcia, and ma'am, what's your name?
Phillips.
Molly Phillips.
Phillips.
Oh, Phillips, I'm sorry. All right, we'll start with you, Ms. Phillips.
Thank you. Good evening, Senators. Thank you for hearing me. I'm glad to be here tonight. I think it's of the utmost importance that you think about the fairness and the representation that you are going to be redrawing districts and maps. I'm a native of this state. I was educated in this state. My husband raises cattle in this state for agriculture. And And I think we're a great state. We've got lots of issues. But we need to have fair representation. And this bill by Senator Price, the 4-2 districts, meets the qualifications of the Calais legislative that was passed by the Supreme Court. And we need that. We're not an all-Republican state. We're not an all-white state. We're not an all-black state. We're a mixture. Louisiana has always been a melting pot. Look at our history. We're rich in cultures and peoples and societies. We have a Spanish history, an English history, a French history. We come from all walks of life. We're a unique state. We've gotten into Napoleonic law. So represent all people. Give all people a shot for their vote to count, to uphold the United States Constitution, not just do what one party or one president wants us to do. We're a free country. We have a Constitution. Let's stand up for that Constitution. We may not like what the other party wants to do. We may not approve of what the other party wants to do. But we're a two-party, well, actually three-party nation, representing all people of all walks of life, of different ideas. That is what democracy is about. That is what made the United States, important, made us powerful. My uncle died in the Normandy invasion, fighting Nazism, fighting fascism, and damned if I'm going to let the United States go down with people that don't want to uphold the Constitution. We have worked. We have come so far, and we've got so much farther to go. Let's not regress. Let's not go backwards. I want us to go forward. I want people to say, look at Louisiana. They're doing something right for a change. We're not, taking us back. Look how regressive Louisiana is. Look how ignorant Louisiana is. Well, I'm tired of that. I want to be proud of Louisiana. It's not easy out there. I know you folks are worried about your jobs. You're worried about what, certain different people in power are going to say, what they're going to, how they're going to, primary you or whatever. But do constitutionally what is right, what is just. Give all people's vote a count, a matter. How do you get young people to vote? I work in schools sometimes, and kids say, well, I don't want to, vote. My vote doesn't matter. They don't care about me. They're not going to listen to me. So support Senator Price's bill, please. He is my senator, and I'm proud of Senator Price for this 4-2 map. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Phillips. Sergeant in Orange, did we get anybody else come to the door saying that we called their name?
Yeah, it's quite a few out there.
Okay, all right, thank you. All right, Miss.
You want me to get?
We'll let the board clear. Ms. Garcia.
You were here first. Go ahead.
Good evening, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. My name is Mike Moscow. I'm a policy associate with the Southern Poverty Law Center. I return again today in opposition to this legislation and in defense of representative democracy in Louisiana. Last Friday, this committee heard hours of testimony from community members, from civil rights leaders, historians, clergy, advocates, and everyday Louisianans. The message was overwhelming and unmistakable. These maps are an attack on political representation and an attempt to engineer outcomes before a single vote is cast. And yet here we are again. Congressman Troy Carter reminded this body that the question before us is not merely about lines on a map. The question before us is whether we will honor the principle that every citizen deserves equal protection of the law. That is exactly what this moment is about. And perhaps no testimony cut deeper than that of Leona Tate, one of the brave young girls who desegregated schools in New Orleans. Ms. Tate stood before this legislator and said, I need you to understand what it feels like to stand here, to have walked through that mob as a child, and now to watch elected officials do the same thing that mob was trying to do, just with better suits and a parliamentary procedure. That statement should haunt every person in this chamber. Because what Louisianans are witnessing is not subtle. We are watching elected officials attempt to accomplish through procedure what segregationists once attempted through intimidation, the dilution of voices and political power. Ms. Tate also laid out the choices before you plainly. You can draw a map that reflects who Louisiana actually is, a state where voices belong in the halls of Congress, or you can draw a map that tells my grandchildren your voices don't count. As a father of 2 black children, that statement hit especially deep for me, because this debate is not abstract. The decisions made in this room shape what our children learn about their voice, their worth, and whether democracy truly belongs to them too. I'll say that again. The decisions made in this room shape what our children learn about their worth, their voice, and whether democracy truly belongs to them too. That is the choice before this committee tonight. And let's be honest about what is happening here. Any proposal that results in anything less than the 4-2 framework proposed in HB 407 is not a compromise. It is not moderation. It is an intentional attack on representative democracy and a deliberate effort to dilute political power for partisan gain. And as Gary Chambers reminded this body, history is watching. He challenged lawmakers to say the quiet part out loud, because everyone understands what is happening here. He warned that history records moments like these permanently, that future generations will ask who stood for democracy and who tried to dismantle it. Fair representation is not a favor to be granted, I'm wrapping up, when politically convenient. It is not a constitutional and moral obligation. These proposed maps do not strengthen democracy, they weaken it. They tell entire communities that their voices matter less, and their participation is unwelcome unless it serves predetermined political outcomes. I urge this committee to reject these anti-democratic maps and move forward with this 4-2 map.
Thank you for your testimony. All right, Ms. Garcia, please state your name for the record.
Lindsay Garcia. I honestly didn't expect you guys to even let me back in here today.
Why not? It's your right?
Well, I mean, you told me to light you up on Facebook and tag you last time I was here, so I really wasn't expecting that. And you obviously got up and said you didn't want to hear it. That being said, I wasn't expecting, so I didn't prepare anything. So I just want to first come in and say once again that I object to this proceedings in its entirety. Folks like us, including Mr. Miguez here, have been running on the same maps that we qualified back in February. I won't belabor the point. I think you've made it clear. Like Gary Chambers, and you just mentioned it, said it, history will be judging. I am a historian by nature. I taught 10 years in civics. History will not be judging you. It is judging you now. We will not be waiting. It is going to be happening right now with the decisions that you are making. One of my favorite quotes in history that literally opened my eyes to the brightness that my privilege had every intention of keeping me ignorant of was Frederick Douglass. And I'm going to leave you with that and then leave a message to the people in Louisiana. If there is no struggle, there is no progress. Those who profess to favor freedom, but yet you depreciate agitation, are men who want crops without plowing the ground. You will want rain without thunder and lightning. You will want the ocean without the awful roar of its many waters, but power will concede nothing without a demand. It never did and it never will. You find out just what any people will quietly submit to, and you will have found the exact measure of injustices and wrong, which will be imposed upon them, and they will continue until they are resisted with either words or blows or with both. But the limits of tyrants are prescribed only by the endurance of those whom they oppress. So I am of the mind that this body and this Louisiana legislature will continue to do what you have been doing, that your mind is already made up. In my mind, you've already made the decision because the call has already come down in order to push forward with a map that is either 5-1, and more importantly, my gut and my spidey senses tell me that is going to be 6-0. I'm going to beg that that is not the case. I will stand, even though I am against this entire process, then I'm going to go for 407, even though it cuts me out of my own district. But I need you all to know that history will be watching. And the last time I was here, when you cut out the seats for Calvin Duncan, I made it very abundantly clear I do not issue threats, I make promises. And I once again reiterate that I will use every avenue at my disposal to flip your seats because you have done what you are going to do regardless. And the people will be watching because the power will not concede without the demand, and the people in Louisiana will demand more. And when we come back, we will come for your seats, whether you want to hear it or not. We will flip these districts. We will do. So go ahead and do whatever you want at this juncture in time. I just hope that the people of Louisiana lock the heck in and you do what needs to be done at the ballot box come Saturday and beyond. And that's all I got.
Thank you for your testimony. All right, up next, who came into the room? Sergeant at Arms?
Call the names again.
Sandra Shea Foster.
Shea Foster. She's gone.
Matthew, she left.
Who else you got?
Matthew Humphrey. Ashley Downing. Joan Simon. Mark Travasso. Lionel Bowers, Maria Harmon, Linda Venable. What's your name, ma'am? Ma'am, what's your name?
Ashley Downing.
Miss Ashley Downing, all right. Anybody else came?
There's some people outside.
Joan Simon.
Hello. We got to sit next to each other.
Yes. And testify.
Terry Taylor Joseph.
Oh, good.
Jamie Segura.
Lady Brown.
Lady Brown, yes, I did. And then Quentin Anthony Anderson. All right, ladies. We will go from left, starting with you, ma'am. If you would, state your name for the record.
Yes, good evening. My name is Ashley Downing. I was born and raised here in Baton Rouge, Louisiana. For those who do not know me, I was a public school educator for over 10 years. I taught K through 12 art, 8 of those years right here in East Baton Rouge Parish. I went to South Boulevard Elementary, on to Baton Rouge High, on to LSU, and on to Southern for my master's degree. And I have served the people of this state, and I'm very proud of this state. And I'm thankful to you all because you all serve the people of this state. In my testimony today, I'm not going to sell you on an idea. I'm just going to talk to you for a few minutes, present some facts, and I believe that a reasonable person would see it my way. Fact number one, the purpose of this body, of this state legislature, is to represent the people of Louisiana. Fact number two, the purpose of this committee, for the purpose of redistricting, is to draw maps that represent the people of Louisiana. Fact number three, we have 2 maps before us. The first map, 121, the author of Senate Bill 121 testified before this committee at its last meeting that his maps did, in my recollection, his maps did benefit Republicans more, but since it was permissible by the Supreme Court to use partisanship, then that was fine. When pressed on how he was able to come up with the map, he relied on tradition. In contrast, the next fact, the author of the other bill, 407, was able to articulate the due diligence that he did and his team did in creating this map to keep it in compliance with the Supreme Court. So we have 2 maps. One whose author was able to articulate and justify their decisions. The other author was not. Furthermore, the author of SB 407 has a bill that is more reflective of the people of Louisiana. If your goal as a body is to represent the people, and your goal as a committee is to create a map that represents the people, then the clear choice is 407, which comes the closest to representing us. This is in your power, and this decision is easy. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. I always like to thank my veterans, and I always like to thank my teachers. So it's a special calling that you've had, so thank you for doing that.
Thank you.
Ms. Downey just went, and then please state your name for the record.
I'm Joan Simon.
Ms. Joan Simon.
Right. Okay. I just want to make sure you were looking at me.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, I'm Joan Simon. I live in St. Tammany Parish in Covington, and I've been a resident there for 42 years, and prior to that in New Orleans. I'm here representing myself. I was just completely dumbfounded when all the things that have had transpired in the last week or so since the Supreme Court decision have happened in this state. The world is watching us, and it ain't looking good. And if we do what some of you all may wish to do, and I can't speak for you, I know, and not pass SB 407, it's a huge black eye on this state, and it does not speak well for our future. We're a very divisive society right now where people are playing to those in power in hopes that they will gain more power. But you know what? People are riled up. They are really mad, and so am I. That's why I've been sitting here all day, and I'll sit here all night if I had to wait to speak to you all. You need to do what is moral and right. I can't add to all the wonderful testimony I've heard tonight, and it has been amazing. People have said so many things that need to be said. You all, why would you disenfranchise 1/3 of the population? Because that's basically what you're trying to do, or at least the people in power. Our governors, they're trying to recall him. I'm not saying it will be successful, but and people are jumping in joy because they are pissing mad. Excuse my language. I don't usually talk that way. You've got to stop this partisanship and do the right thing for the people of this state. I was around when Martin Luther King was murdered. I sat in my car and cried. I have lived a very long time, and I cannot believe we're going back to this level. It's like we're going back to slave times. Louisiana looks terrible. Let's make Louisiana look a little bit more fair and pass SB 407. And I want to thank you very much for listening.
Thank you for your testimony. Miss Lady Brown, please state your name for the record.
Lady Fontenette Brown. Good evening, Senators. As an elected councilwoman on Iberia Parish, I support Senate Bill 407 because I believe maintaining 2 opportunity districts reflects the true spirit, culture, and people of Louisiana. It is my prayer that we do not allow D.C. politics to trickle down into Louisiana and slowly take away the soul of who we are as a people. Louisiana is different. Yes, we are part of the South, but Louisiana has a spirit unlike anywhere else in America. There's a reason people from all over the world come here, searching for the feeling of Louisiana. It's because this state was built on culture, community, resilience, tradition, and generations of people from different walks of life, creating something special together. The soul of Louisiana has never just been about politics. It has always been about people, because culture is people. It's the people who come together during hurricane season to help complete strangers, even when they are struggling themselves. It's the people that Zydeco at festivals and browning a roux for gumbo cook-offs. It's the people second lining through neighborhoods and parading through our streets during Mardi Gras season. It's the families gathering after church on Sundays, the sound of music spilling out of festivals, cookouts, and neighborhood gatherings. It's the pride people feel putting on purple and gold on Saturday nights, yelling, "Go Tigers." It's the way this entire state cried together when the Saints were cheated out of that NFC championship game. That's Louisiana. That's the spirit of Louisiana. And when I think about the spirit of Louisiana, I think about the generations of communities whose hands, traditions, creativity, faith, and resilience helped build the culture that made the state known around the world. You cannot talk about Louisiana music without acknowledging the communities who gave us the state: jazz, zydeco, blues, gospel, brass bands, bounce music, and second lines that became part of Louisiana's identity around the world. You cannot celebrate Louisiana food without acknowledging the generations of cooks and families who shaped Creole cuisine, gumbo, jambalaya, crawfish boils, and traditions passed down from kitchen to kitchen and generation to generation. You cannot celebrate Mardi Gras without acknowledging the artists, the masking traditions, dance, culture, and community spirit that brings life to our streets every single year. You cannot celebrate the resilience of Louisiana without acknowledging the communities that have to rebuild after hurricanes, cared for elders, and carried this culture forward through every season of triumph and pain. This is why representation matters, not because of political parties, not because of national politics, but because the people who helped build the culture and spirit of Louisiana deserve to have their voices represented too. MAP 407 works because it recognizes the reality of Louisiana's population while maintaining 2 opportunity districts that give communities a fair opportunity to elect candidates who reflect their voices, experience, and communities. For me, this is bigger than Republican or Democrat. This is about protecting the soul of Louisiana, because once we lose the spirit of Louisiana, we lose the very thing that makes this state unlike anywhere else in the world. I yield back. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Brown. I also like to thank elected officials for serving, so thank you for what you do for Generac.
Thank you. And I'd like to say hello to my Acadiana delegation, Senator Blake Migas.
Well, me too. I represent St. Landry. Come on now.
I'm sorry.
All right.
He also used to be my state rep. Thank you guys so
and
much.
parts of Lafayette and parts of St. Martin is what it is.
Got you.
I have 10
Thank you.
parishes. Hey, hold on, Miss, I'm sorry. Senator Duplessis had, sorry, Madam Chair, Madam Pro Tem, Senator Duplessis had a question for Ms. Simon. I'm sorry.
Have something?
Sure.
No.
Yes, sir.
Did you have something for Ms. Brown? Too? Ms. Brown?
Yes.
Could you, I'm sorry, I didn't see
I'm going
the.
to defer to Madam Pro Tem first.
Okay, Madam Pro Tem.
Oh, all right. First of all, I just want to thank everybody who has come. You guys have no idea what it looks like from here to watch each one of you walk up, and the level of pride that I see everybody walking up as they're getting ready to speak is priceless. I just want y'all to know that. I have recognized that because everybody have their own unique, like the kids say, swag, and they're coming forth with great pride to talk about this state. I too love Louisiana, and we are a great state. And one of the things that you said, Ms. Brown, you talked about the level of diversity and all the things that we have. I do not know of another state that have as many festivals or events as Louisiana that it serves as a commonality and a thread that weaves us all together. Do you?
No, ma'am, I don't. Not at all. And I've traveled around the world, and there's no place like Louisiana. And anytime I tell folks I'm from Louisiana, everybody talks about how they wish they could visit and Mardi Gras and our festivals. So we are definitely unique, our culture, our people, our food, and that's why I think it's so important that we represent and we have maps that represent the uniqueness of the people in Louisiana.
And I'm gonna tell you, you tell them about the French Bread Festival.
Oh, okay.
that y'all have in
Generac. Yes.
I didn't even know of such a thing, but the one thing that I have recognized, and everybody has not even finished testifying yet, is that level of diversity that has come in here today. Everybody's saying the same thing. Everybody echoing the same importance of the level of diversity, inclusion, fairness, being just.
Yes.
And I want to acknowledge that. So thank y'all very much. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Pro Tem. Senator Duplessis, I think, has a question for Ms. Simon.
Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you, Ms. Brown, for your presentation. I really, really enjoyed it. You're a great ambassador for your hometown and for the state of Louisiana. So I want to thank you for your great presentation.
Thank you, Senator.
And Ms. Simon, I did have a question for you, and I want to thank you.
Yes.
I want to thank you for your testimony too, because it was very compelling. Everybody's testimony was compelling, but I have a specific question for you, because you talked about history. You talked about what you've seen throughout your life. You talked about when Dr. King was shot and how that affected you.
Oh, and
you connected it to the present in terms of where we are in this political climate. You know, I've always had a real problem with the saying and the term "Make America Great Again." I've always had a real problem with it because the first question that I ask is, "Make America great again for who?" For who? And as we talk about these maps and the way you described it, we're dialing back. We're going back to what it used to be. And I don't see that being great.
Neither do I. It makes me cry again, like I did when MLK was killed. I was just a very young woman. So you see, I'm not a young woman now. I've lived it more than most of you on this committee. I've seen it happen. And it just, the Supreme Court decision was bad enough. It was horrifying. I kind of knew it was coming, but the way it came and what this state has done in response, and too many complicit and compliant legislators, you're not helping Louisiana. It's selfish, and it's cruel, and it's got to stop. And this state has got to wake up and stop listening to Make America Great Again. No, we've never really been great. We were getting on a road maybe there. It's been chipping away at this Civil Rights Act for years, and they just basically eviscerated it.
Yeah.
We can't let that happen. And the voters are enraged.
Yeah.
You'd be surprised, you guys, that I think you're going to see a pretty big backlash.
Yeah.
I don't know how the elections are going to turn out, but people are enraged, and I see it. And I'm a white woman, so I can only imagine how black people have to feel.
Thank you.
And thank
you
you
for being
I
here, and
appreciate
thank you for speaking on behalf of so many people.
Thank you.
Who feel
I
just
wanted
like
to.
you. Thank you.
I'm glad I could be here.
Thank you, Senator DePlessis. The board is clear. Thank you all for y'all testimony.
you.
I appreciate it. All right. I think we have some people that I called that's standing out in the hallway. Sergeant at Arms. Matthew Humphrey.
Matthew Humphrey.
Mark Travasso. Mark Travasso.
Mark Bassett.
Travasso.
Mark.
Lionel Bowers.
Lionel. Lionel.
Maria Harmon.
Real hard.
Linda Venable. If I'm calling your name, please come step outside of the committee. That way the Sergeant at Arms can have you in a line to come on in. Terry Taylor Joseph. Jamie Segura. Dr. Chris Williams. Did I call y'all names? Yes. All right, please come to the table. Mark. Ladies, what are y'all names, please?
Terry Taylor Joseph.
Terry Taylor Joseph. All right, I have you. And what's your name, ma'am?
Jamie Segura.
Jamie Segura. All right, we'll start with you. I'll go ahead and start your timer. Please state your name for the record and give us some testimony, please.
Okay, my name is Jamie Segura, and I'm here from Covington, Louisiana. And I just wanted to talk a little bit about the Civil Rights Movement. During the height of the Civil Rights Movement, Black Americans, organized by the thousands in peaceful actions. The Selma to Montgomery marches were 3 protests in 1965 in which thousands of Black Americans walked from Selma, Alabama to Montgomery, 54 miles, 3 days, never gave up. The marches were organized by nonviolent activists to demonstrate the desire of Black American citizens to exercise their constitutional right to vote in defiance of segregationist repression. Following those marches, the Voting Rights Act of 1965, I was in the 5th grade. I'm 71. The Voting Rights Act of 1965, a landmark federal statute that prohibits racial discrimination in voting, was signed into law by President Lyndon B. Johnson on August 6, 1965. I dare say there's probably quite a few people that are listening and who are in this chamber who were not alive at that time. Congress actually amended the act 5 times. Every time they strengthened and broadened those protections. And those protections are protected by the 14th and 15th Amendments to the U.S. Constitution. Y'all remember that, right? The U.S. Constitution, not the Bible. The U.S. Constitution, the law of the land. Finally, I want to acknowledge that delaying the congressional elections, in essence, could result in congresspersons of a particular party in Louisiana to continue to serve longer than their elected terms. And that could be the reason Governor Landry made his decision to suspend the congressional elections. Could there be something afoot? Every day it comes raining down upon us. And that's just not fair. I support Senate Bill 407 and remind you that black votes matter. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Ms. Taylor Joseph, welcome to the committee. Please state your name for the record and give us your testimony.
Yes, my name is Terry Taylor Joseph. I'm a resident of St. Tammany Parish, a registered voter. I must tell you that my husband and I have been taking our daughters with us to vote ever since they were in strollers, right? And then as they were growing older and able to understand things, we explained the civil rights movement and the importance of voting. And we thought we were teaching them history. And it's not history. It's happening over again today. So I am here in support of SB 407. It represents a more balanced and equitable approach to congressional redistricting in Louisiana. At its core, this bill recognizes that fair representation and that all Louisianians deserve an equal opportunity to have their voices heard. SB 407 acknowledges the diversity of Louisiana and works towards preserving fair representation for historically marginalized communities. This is not about partisan politics. It is about ensuring our democratic process reflects the people of the state fairly and responsibly. I urge this committee to support SB 407 in the interest of fairness, equal representation, and public trust in our democracy. And I urge each and every one of you to do the right thing. You know what the right thing is, each one of you. I want you to stand with courage. How do you expect your citizens to stand up for what's right when you have failed to do that over and over again in many instances? Please stand up and do what is right. You know what is right. Let's do it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Taylor Joseph. The board is clear. Thank you for your testimony. And Mr. Mark, I think I know you personally. I know your story, and I thank you for your service to the fire industry, serving many calls. So thank you. Give us your name for the record and give us your testimony, please.
Mark Travassus. I was born in Lafayette in 1961, and when I was born, segregation was the law of the land. The Klan threatened and killed people. Law enforcement was used to quell dissent. The Equal Rights Act and the Voting Rights Act became law. segregation was outlawed, although it was practiced through private schools and housing. And I made friends I might never have made. Friends of color were able to go to schools of their choice and get jobs in places they could not previously. There were no fire departments that had, well, the majority of the fire departments are all white men. There were no black men, there were no women who served on those, and that was largely because they did not have the representation. Now y'all are trying to roll back power away from 40% of the citizens of color in our state. And we're moving from equal rights back to segregation. The new congressional districts that some are drawing are designed to take power away from people of color and give it to the 60% of people who are white. If you want to pretend that you're not using race to redraw the districts, we can find you a pointy white hat to hide your face. But stop trying to coronate a wannabe king. The man's put on an outfit that made him look like Jesus, and then he says he's a doctor. He's built a golden monument to himself, much like the golden calf that some people object to. Let's not go there.
Thank you for your testimony. Madam Pro Temp.
First of all, I want to thank each of y'all for coming as well. I had to point this out because I feel like, and I'm sorry, I can't remember your name, but I really appreciate each one of you coming and taking the time and being here all day to come and make sure that your voices were heard. But your shirt, and I felt like you wore that shirt on purpose by design.
Absolutely.
Tell me why you felt that was important. And maybe everybody can't see it. So would you, or if you stand, I can see all of it myself.
Hate is too great.
Yeah.
It's a shirt
Hate is too great,
that said is
a burden to bear.
exactly, and it was spoken by probably one of the greatest.
Sit back to the mic, please.
One of the greatest Americans to ever live, Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. And I think that while many people don't think they hate, that there's hidden hate in their hearts, and those people often end up vengeful. And I just felt like we're all the same.
We are.
Absolutely 100%. And we're the same in the eyes of the Constitution. Our Constitution is what I hold as my goal, my book to live by. I've studied the Constitution, been to Philadelphia, immersed myself in the Founding Fathers and what they did. I've been to Selma and traveled that road to Montgomery.
Yes.
And the many museums, the legacy sites in Montgomery, and immersed myself in the history of Black America that I have to say I thought I was pretty knowledgeable about, but I really learned so much. And I'll be damned if I'm going to watch the United States of America fall back into the sad state we were in. In fact, in the very decade I was born in 1955. I tell people I was born in the middle of the 1900s, and it takes some people a while to understand that. But I just cannot live with myself if I accept that. So that's why I'm here, to try to erase hate, teach peace, and fight for the rights of all people.
Well, thank each of you for being here tonight and making sure that your voices are heard. And I can tell you, I hear you loud and clearly. Thank Thank you so very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Pro Tem. The board is clear. Thank y'all for y'all testimony. All right, up next, Quentin Anthony Anderson, Frankie Robertson.
That one doesn't go all the way down. There's some legs.
If you're listening in the overflow room, I'm going to call you. These names have been called, I believe, 3 times, so this is the last time I'm calling. Matthew Humphrey, Lionel Bowers, Maria Harmon, Linda Venable, Dr. Chris Williams, Rebecca King, Sally Davis, Jamie Davis, James Hyatt, Larry Duquay, Madeline McGuire, Wilford Johnson, Manuel Castellon, Susan Schimpf, Emily Walsh, Samara Smith, Sandra Stimson, Samantha Pusho. Sir, did I call his name? And ma'am, did I call your name? Okay, I'm just seeing how many I have in the queue. And Britton Forsyth. All right, Quentin, I know who you are. Frankie Robertson.
I'm Frankie.
All right, ma'am, what's your name?
Susan Schimpf.
All right, Miss Susan, go ahead and state your name for the record, and we'll get you started.
Good evening. My name is Susan Schimpf. I was born and raised here in Baton Rouge, just down the way by the lake, and I live now in New Orleans. And I am very, very, very proud to be from Louisiana. And I remember as a kid coming here to the Capitol. I was probably 6 or 7 years old. And there was a Martin Luther King Day event that was happening out front on the steps. And I remember listening to the speeches and thinking to myself in the years following, it's just so inspired as a child of the bravery and the courage of the people that fought for equal rights. And I wondered what I would do if I was alive at that time. What would I have done? And right now is that moment in my life. Is what I'm doing is I'm showing up here tonight, and I've been waiting in these hallways to come in and say, what are we going to do? We're the ones now that this decision is resting on, and that our children and our children's children will be affected for generations based on the decisions that you all make, our representatives. I beg and I plead for you to have the moral courage to do the right thing. I am so inspired by the people who have come in here tonight and spoken about this great state. I left Louisiana when I was 18 years old because I was so appalled by the deep-seated racism in this state. I moved away because I couldn't handle it. And I moved back because I wanted to contribute to this state becoming its greatest potential and its possibility. And I see that and I experience it every single day that I've been back here. For the last 15 years that I've been back in Louisiana, I am so tired of watching my brothers and sisters and neighbors and community members' voices being unheard. I live in Tremé in New Orleans. My neighbors are predominantly African Americans who have been disenfranchised for hundreds of years, whose voices are not being heard. And I think it's unfair what's happening right now. And I look at this map and I say, that actually looks fair. It represents culturally the different parts of this state. I can see Acadiana. I can see Orleans and our communities. I can see the river parishes. I can see western and northern Louisiana. This is a fair cultural representation of our state, and I pray and beg you to please advance SB 407 and ditch all the rest of them. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Shemp. Ms. Frankie Robertson, good night.
Yeah.
I'll say good evening. I won't
Yes.
say good night.
Good evening. Good
Please
evening,
state your
Chairman
name for the
Klein Peter.
record.
Hi, my name is Frankie Robertson, and I'm here this evening representing myself. To the members of the Senate Government Affairs Committee and fellow Louisianians, I appreciate this opportunity to speak. I've been reading and listening to the conversations on race related to redistricting. As a trained facilitator on systemic and institutional racism, I am compelled to support putting these discussions in the proper context as I watch fragile feelings manifest or pretend to among white colleagues as Black people share their lived experiences on race. I sit before you today in support of Senate Bill 407 and to speak plainly about systemic and institutional racism, not as a partisan talking point and not as something confined to the distant past, but as a documented reality embedded into the laws, institutions, and policies in Louisiana and the United States as a whole. Systemic racism refers to the ways laws, policies, and institutions work together to create and maintain racial inequities. Systemic racism helps explain why racial inequities can persist even after explicitly discriminatory laws are repealed, because the effects of past policies and current institutional practices continue to shape opportunities and outcomes today. Institutional racism is how inequities operate within systems like education, healthcare, housing, criminal justice, employment, and government. Institutional racism is important to understand because it explains how racial inequities can continue across generations through systems and policies, not just through individual actions or attitudes. Pretending we are in a post-racial society does not eliminate racism. Erasing representation and protections for Black people by claiming equality isn't the quick fix for centuries of intentional racist policy impacting us to this very hour. Race itself was strategically constructed in America to create a hierarchy that then elevated whiteness while denying Black people equal rights, political power, economic mobility, and basic humanity. That hierarchy was deliberate, it was legislated, and Louisiana knows this history intimately. Those were not random mistakes. They were strategic systems designed to preserve inequality. And the present day indicators are still here. We see it in maternal mortality disparities, wealth gaps, school funding inequities, environmental racism, incarceration rates, healthcare access disparities, and voter suppression efforts. Recent efforts in Louisiana and nationally to restrict DEI programs, discussions about race in education, or race-conscious policy initiatives are also racist. Supporters of these restrictions argue they are preventing discrimination or political indoctrination. Reverse racism does not exist. As this body talks in circles about race, racism, and friendships, we are left to be in heightened alert as citizens about our futures. With friends like these, who needs enemies? The refusal to engage with racism honestly, and I'm almost done, while dismissing the lived experiences of Black communities in itself is racism. Posturing yourselves as to know what's best for us, better than we know for ourselves, is white supremacy. As public policy leaders in Louisiana, we hold you to a different standard. You know racism exists, even at the individual level, but you refuse to act. No one wants to own their racism, and it's worse to be called racist than to introduce or support racist legislation. We need to make that make sense. And in closing, the laws you pass determine who has access to health care, education, economic opportunity, clean air, and political racism. Your policy literally means the difference between life and death for us. Representation is not symbolic. It shapes whose voices are heard and those who are not.
Thank you for your testimony.
I can just close with this, please.
Every minute that you take up, you're taking up somebody else's time, though.
I understand that. Thank you. When efforts to preserve equitable representation are opposed, it reduces the voices of people who understand firsthand the realities facing Black communities in this state. Friendships with Black colleagues are not substitutes for understanding systemic inequalities. Proximity to Black people does not erase harmful policy outcomes. Growing up with Black people does not mean your lived experiences are the same, because even if Black elected officials struggle to have their voices represented, what happens to everyday Black citizens without those platforms? Truth is not the threat. Ignorance is. I stand in support of Senate Bill 407. I stand with Senator Gary Carter Jr., and I ask the legislature to require education on systemic and institutional racism for policymakers as you work to shape policy that impacts our lives and that of future generations. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony, Ms. Robertson. Mr. Anderson, please state your name for the record.
Okay. My name is Quentin Anthony Anderson. I am representing me, myself, and I, so we're all here in attendance. I think this is wild. This is insane. One, the fact what we're doing, but I'm here in support of 407. But I do want to be clear that I think that all of this is insane. And all of you are elected officials. You know how wild this would be to rewrite the rules in the middle of an election. If you were running, you would say that this is unfair. But we are hiding behind tribalism. And I think that that's wild. I want to address the Republicans on the panel. And hopefully you all can listen to me. I think Senator Womack's getting some really funny memes over there. You've let this national movement drag you far from your conservative principles. And I like to say the only real conservatives left are libertarians, but if you like to claim the mantle. When D.C. asked you to tolerate wild spending and big government, you all have been good soldiers. When D.C. asked you to tolerate more foreign wars or billionaire bailouts, you all have been good soldiers. When D.C. asked you to screw over good, principled, homegrown conservatives to advance a D.C. agenda, you fell in line. But on this one, when D.C. is asking you to look your own voters in the eyes, and this isn't just Democrats that you don't like, or the libtards, I'm one of them. This is Republicans. This is liberals. This is conservatives. This is Black voters. This is white voters, Latino voters, Asian voters. This is young voters and old voters. There are Republicans who are pissed off about what's happening right now, because this isn't about their representation. This is about a team game that's happening in D.C. that has nothing to do with them. They are merely pawns in a national political game. I am here trying to make the best of a bad situation. Look, I'll be honest with you. I probably, in a perfect world, wouldn't even want the 4-2 districts, because I believe in competitive districts. I believe in fairness. I love politics. I've been a fan of politics since I was a kid. I grew up watching The West Wing with my mom. That is also my political North Star. But that also taught me, and called me naive, but I always get excited about the prospect of going into the arena of ideas and battling it out with a principled conservative. Like, I look forward to talking to you about what the role of government is and whether or not we need more or less of it, what the role of government services can be. But you all know that we haven't had that conversation between liberals and conservatives for a very long time. This is about partisanship. Truthfully, I don't want to cheat. Truthfully, I have absolutely zero interest in protecting incumbents or the majority for any one political party. Truthfully, and I think some of you conservatives will find this interesting, I see myself as a free market capitalist when it comes to my democracy. I think competition results in a better product, and competitive districts would result in better representation. But I don't live in that world. Politics is the art of navigating the world as it is to get to the world as it should be. And the world as it is that we have 2 districts right now that at least attempted to address our historical lack of representation at the federal level. Anything that remotely leaves us in that ballpark of that effort tonight is preferable to the extreme options that I know, and we all know, that you all have available to you. I know asking you to do the right thing doesn't matter. I know telling you that this isn't right doesn't matter. But I am hoping that, as exhausting as sitting through our testimonies might be for you, the big picture is setting in. This isn't a partisan issue. This is a This is about crossing a line in our democracy that we will be hard-pressed to return from should we cross it tonight. I am here in support of Senate Bill 407.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson. The board is clear. Thank you all for your testimony. Ma'am? Madam Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for acknowledging me. I am just going to ask, because we are all tired, but let me tell you, we are in this for the long haul. We have already committed to that. I just want that to be known. I am going to respectfully ask that people don't call us out, because I'm going to try not to I'm going to try myself not to doze off or do anything that looks crazy, because I'm trying to stay awoke, okay? Because I want to make sure that I'm listening and I'm paying attention. And so I'm going to ask respectfully that if y'all see us looking like we may not be paying attention or we're doing something else, I promise you we are listening. I promise you we do hear you. And I would ask that you just not call us out thinking that we're not paying attention, because we are. We are paying attention, but we are doing our best. It's almost 10 o'clock, and I can tell y'all most nights I turn into a pumpkin about this time. So if I start turning orange, y'all get concerned. No, I'm just kidding. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Pro Temp. If you start turning orange, we're going to get the paramedics up here. All right, we have the next three up here. We can start from left to right. Please state your name for the record.
My name is Samantha Pusho, and I'm here today representing Avodah and the Promise of Justice Initiative in support of SB 407 and in opposition to SB 121. I represent Avodah as a board member and alumna. Avodah develops social justice leaders and inspires the Jewish community to work towards a more just and equitable world. Avodah is rooted in the Jewish value of tzedek, justice, and in the tradition of tikkun olam, repairing of a broken world. We are called not to look away from the brokenness, but to act. Jewish history is a history of having the law weaponized against you, of being told you do not belong. Jewish activists stood on the front lines of the civil rights movement as people who understood in their bones what it means to have a state decide some of its people are not fully citizens. I am here today in that same tradition. In 2014, I was an Avodah Service Corps member at the Promise of Justice Initiative, and I have worked there ever since. So I am here in that capacity as well, as an attorney at PJI, where I fight every day for the dignity, freedom, and autonomy of people targeted and touched by the criminal legal system in Louisiana. I want to speak to the direct intersection between what is happening with this redistricting effort and my work. I'll begin with what is happening right now, while early voting just closed and with Election Day on Saturday. Our governor, our Secretary of State, and now this legislature are working in coordination to throw out votes already cast, strip Black communities of fair representation, and rush through maps designed to silence a third of this state's people. This is not an accident, this is a system. At PJI, we see this system clearly because we fight it every day representing people targeted by the criminal legal system. For instance, right now, I am litigating the forced labor of incarcerated people in the fields of Angola prison known as the Farm Line, where mostly Black men are compelled to pick crops under threat of punishment on land that was a plantation. That is not history. That is today. What connects Angola's Farm Line to this committee room? Everything. Louisiana's legislature, its governor, and its attorney general have long used redistricting legislation and the machinery of the criminal legal system together as one ecosystem to disenfranchise, to disempower, and ultimately to dehumanize Black people. Dilute Black political power and you lose the ability to hold the system accountable. You make it easier to work people in the fields of Angola under conditions that echo chattel slavery. A fair map is possible. This committee has the power to advance one today with Senator Price's map, and I urge you to do so. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome to the committee. Please state your name for the record.
Good afternoon. My name is Renata Collins. I am one of the U.S. representative for the 2nd Congressional District. And today I'm here, two things. One, I want to put on the table is that on Friday we had a different map that was SB 407. And today I look at the amended SB 407 map and I am very concerned. I'm concerned from the perspective of with these new maps that generally takes and allow for a person to understand and build a relationship with their representative. This new amended SB 407 will not give that type of representation. When we realized the last SB 407, it was minimum changes. This is a major change. This is a major change. And the last time the map was changed before then was from 2011, and it lasts all the way for many years, almost a decade. It is super duper important that in order for the people to have representation, they need to know who's representing them. This is a major shift. The amended SB 407 is a major shift. It will not give the people the opportunity to know who's representing them. Some people don't even understand that on their sos.gov that all their representative is in their app. This shift is not what we need. We need relationships. We need opportunities. And we must have representation that we know of. I don't know if y'all ain't seeing the same map, but I'm seeing a different map, a totally different map since Friday. And I've seen so many people who are agreeing with it, but this is a major shift. And I don't think that we should move forward at all with this at all, because it's not representation. Many people are speaking, I'm assuming, from the map that was provided on Friday. Well, today, Tuesday, major difference. And as a representative for the people, it is my responsibility not to just join the bandwagon, but to inform, educate, and effectively speak up. I'm not going to just say, hey, I'm in agreement to a thing when I'm not. So in order to effectively give the people the chance, we have to be able to be 100% transparent and let them know the shift that has taken place, because this map is not a representation of what we were majorly here upon on Friday. So I'm asking you guys to effectively inform us so that we can have effective representation, because this is nowhere near the current map that we currently serve up on and the last SB 407 that we was presented on Friday. So please give us a due process in this process when you guys are reconsidering this map.
Do you want me to retract your green card, or are you turning in a red card on 407?
I turned in a red card too. I was originally for this one, but when I saw it, I said, wait a minute, this is different.
So are you for 407? I got to put it in the record. Okay.
Thank you.
We'll mark that down. Thank you. Senator Miguez for a question.
Mr. Chairman, just want some clarification. You supported the original version and you don't support the amendment, the amended version?
I support the original version, but I do not support this amendment.
And I'm just curious, what's your biggest objection to the
amendment? Thank you so much, because like I said, as a representative, I see, do we want to pull up the map so everybody can see?
Yeah, we have a copy in front. I just want a brief,
so the other people can see
just a brief
too as well.
explanation on what your objections are.
So if you see where you have New Orleans, Pakenham, St. Bernard, and Jefferson Parish, that is not the 2nd Congressional District as we know it. It is not even the 2nd Congressional District that we were shared upon last week. Last week, on Friday when we was here, it was Orleans, Jefferson, the River Parishes, St. James, St. John, and Iberville Parish.
So that's not fair in your opinion?
That is, but that's not the amendment.
The amendment version is not
fair.
The
amendment version don't share that. The amendment has St. Bernard, Plaquemine, and Jefferson and Orleans. That's a major difference. Now, what is normally in District 2 is on District 6. That's a major difference. This map is altogether different. And so I think that many people came, because I was not made aware of it until I came here and seen it was on. And I had to say, wait a minute. I put in a green card. But because I have to pay attention, this is not the same.
Well, I appreciate the testimony. I just wanted some clarification. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Vice Chair. All right, thank you. What's your name, sir?
Manuel Castillon.
Yeah, that's a major difference.
All right, thank you. Go ahead and give us your testimony, please.
Good evening. Like I just said, my name is Manuel Castillon. I'm here representing myself, a black voter from New Orleans. I want to start by saying I was born in 1997, and in 2026, these maps that Senator Morris presented to this committee and to the voters for us to see, it's despicable. It's not fair. This is not fair. I don't feel like this is fair representation, what the state is trying to do. And I know that Senator Jenkins mentioned in the beginning of the hearing that 6-0 map wouldn't pass, but I have to say that watching what's going on around the country, I just have this gut-wrenching feeling that y'all are going to do this to us. And this is wrong. This is wrong. Black people need representation. I was at the town hall that Congressman Troy Carter hosted last night at Dillard University. That's representation. Congressman Carter listened to every voter that was there who filled out a question form. He answered every question. And then when I met him last weekend on Friday, he shook my hand and told me, if you need anything from me, reach out. That's a congressman. I don't think that I have, what's the word I'm looking for? I'm sorry. I don't think I have, I don't trust the Republican leadership in this state to represent black voters. I don't know. I am a product of District 2 and District 6. I graduated from the Southern University A&M College right here in Baton Rouge, Louisiana. I went there for 7 years earning an electrical engineering degree. I went on to work on Artemis 2 that just went to the moon a few weeks ago. That's all because of the black representation that I have, because black representation understands what it takes to be black in America. Y'all don't understand. We have to be beyond exceptional to be in any room that we step in. Any room that we step in. When I look at Senator Barrow, when I look at Senator Duplessis, Senator Jenkins, I know that they worked hard to get here. And also the elected officials that are sitting in this room and are supporting this. I know what it takes. They know what it takes, and we know what it takes. I grew up in a public school system. I've gone to public schools my whole life, and I would say that I've done a damn good job at getting where I gotta go. And I need y'all to know that people are motivated. People my age are motivated. Y'all, they may not be here speaking tonight, but I promise you, on Saturday, when the numbers come back, y'all gonna see people are not going for this. Y'all can draw these maps however you want, but it will not fly. Men lie, women lie, but numbers don't lie. That's why y'all trying to get rid of these votes. That's why y'all trying to throw out early ballots. That's why y'all trying to do this. But I promise y'all, I turn 29 next month. I got about 70 years of life in me. I come from longevity. My great-grandmother lived to be 103 years old. She was a sharecropper, and I'm an electrical engineer. And I would say that is something, okay? But I promise y'all, people are fired up. And if y'all pass these maps that eliminate even one of our districts, y'all are lighting a fire that y'all not going to be able to put out. People are going to run against y'all. People are going to flip these districts. People are motivated. Trust me, people are educated. Black folk are educated. We are smart. We overcame so much. It's been 400 years. We reached this land in 1619. It's 2026, and I promise y'all, when y'all push us, we push back harder. And we do it in the best way we can. I promise you we do.
I just want to say thank you. Thank you for being here tonight. Thank you for continuing to show up. Thank you for representing our city. Thank you for representing Southern. Keep going. You're just getting started. I see the longevity in you. I feel it in you. We need you, and I just want to encourage you, and I want to thank you for being here tonight.
Thank you, Senator. I really appreciate that.
Thank you, Senator Duplessis. Thank y'all for y'all testimony. The board is clear. Thank you. Maria Harmon. What do we have? One overflow? One overflow room? All right, if you're in the overflow room, please listen. Maria Harmon, Linda Venable, Dr. Chris Williams, Rebecca King, Sally Davis, Jamie Davis. Sally Davis is in here? Yes. Yeah. Sally Davis. Oh, okay. Sally Davis. Jamie Davis, James Hyatt, Larry DeQuay. Come on up. Madeline McGuire. All right. Are you Madeline? Okay.
Thank you.
All right. So we have 3 people at the table. I'm going to call off a few more names. That way we can get some people in the queue. Wilford Johnson, Emily Walsh, Samara Smith.
Samara Smith is in here.
All right, Samara Smith is in here. Sandra Stimson.
She's in here.
All right, she's in here. Britton Forsyth. He weighs. Michael Calhoun from New Orleans. Is it Calhoun? Feliciana Street. Sarah Gonzalo. Janet Tobias. Frankie Ayers. Tania Nyman. All right, we got a few in the queue. Say, what is it? Tanya Nyman is here? Okay. All right. We'll go ahead and start with Mr. Frankie and Tanya. All right. Miss Madeline McGuire. Please state your name for the record.
Madeline McGuire. Good afternoon, Chairman and members of the board. Thank you for giving us another opportunity to be heard on this matter.
Please keep it down in the committee room.
My name is Madeline McGuire. I'm from Lake Charles, and I represent Vessel Project of Louisiana. My personal passion project within the organization regards the youth, getting them more active in the community, more registered voters, and the youth actually showing up to the polls. We seem to keep looping back to Josiah Hardy, who I, for one, greatly commend for being here. Something he said last week really resonated with me about leaving the state. I also wanted to leave when I was his age. I saw no hope as I looked around at the representatives who did not represent me. I thought that was my only option, that I can't change everyone else's mind. Now I'm 22, and I didn't leave. I'm here advocating what's right, but not everybody is me, and nobody should have to leave their home to get proper representation. This is a clear attempt to disenfranchise Black and minority votes in Louisiana. You heard us last week, so I'm not here to beg you or plead a case that's already been pled. All eyes are on you guys, and when we vote, we will know who you represent. Give us all a fair chance at equal representation for everyone. We will continue to show up. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. All right. Next up, Mr. Larry DeQuay.
Yes.
All right.
I'm Dr. Larry DeQuay. I'm a retired NASA engineer, retired last December. I've lived in St. Tammany Parish, Slidell, Louisiana, since 1987. And I'm here because I support SB 407 entirely. One of the things I saw recently on television, I'm a huge fan of Joy Reid and Don Lemon. And one thing Joy Reid mentioned or said recently is she said, us black folk, we're not, the reason we vote for Democrats is because we see Democrats as the party that aligns with our values the most and the party that's going to hurt us the least. She made the point, we're not stuck on brand loyalty. She said we go with the party that we think is going to protect our people the best. And that kind of lit a spark in my mind. And I thought about co-workers where I worked at NASA and worked at NASA Stennis since 1987. And there's a lot of folks, black folks, that worked with me and a lot of non-white folks. And I thought about, You know, had it not been for Dr. Martin Luther King and the civil rights movement, whether these people would have ever been working with me. And I would have probably been denied the great pleasure and the great talent that a lot of these non-white folks brought to the table. And I just want to mention that. But I also want to, since I live in a world of science and data, I also wanted to talk about statewide elections when we talk about representation by party. I've looked at data for the last 10 years, and when we look at statewide elections, the Democratic candidate usually gets between 27 and 55% of the vote. When we look at the gubernatorial election of 2023, when Governor Landry was elected, about a third of the voters voted for the Democrat. And I also, looking at the data and looking at the trends, when voter turnout increases, the Democratic percentages go up. So that's telling me that when you actually increase percentage of voters, more people tend to vote for Democrats. Okay. So therefore, given that data, I think a 4-2 map under SB 407 is the only right map that we should be choosing. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Duquay. Next up, Ms. Sally Davis.
Thank you.
Good evening.
Hang on a minute, let me pull my minutes up. Hang on a minute. My phone's about to die, and I sure hope my notes stay. Because it's been a long time again, and I was here on Friday.
I don't think you spoke from your notes on Friday.
I'm not planning to too much either this time, except that I had a couple things, you know. And, well, you know what? Yeah. I'm doing that thing where you throw away your notes.
There you go.
Except I did make some here. Hi, everybody.
All right.
Yeah, hi. I'm not going to talk as close to the mic this time, and I'm going to take a few more breaths, and I'm going to speak a slightly bit more slowly, but not too much because I have a lot to cover. Oh, dang it. I do know what I need to have the notes for because, oh, shoot. What did I put them under? No, this is too important. I have 4 people that asked me if I could please enter their names into the record because they are like me. They are similarly situated to me in that they either early voted or they voted by mail. And they have the same question that I had. And when I asked them, would it be okay to read their names out into the record to say that they too are they like me have this question, okay? So I know I can figure them out another way, and so I will do that.
Go ahead,
but
and
I
just remind you your time is limited.
I know.
So.
Well, first, the person that is wanting to ask this question is me.
Yes,
but
ma'am.
I'm going to say their names as soon as I find them. But everybody had that same question, which is, we already voted. What has happened to our votes? Since we know about the hanging Chad Supreme Court decision, I don't think that it's possible or legal to actually remove my vote for my 2nd congressional district congressperson who was running, which I voted for. I don't think it's possible to remove just that vote away from my other vote. So then what happened to my votes on the amendments? And what happened to my votes for the 3 New Orleans judgeships that were up that I did vote for? I really don't know the answer to that question, and I understand that this is not the place where y'all get to answer this question to me. But when you go to talk amongst yourselves, would you please remember that those people have actually asked one of the people who said that, he said, please include my name in your testimony. And his name is Arch, A-R-C-H, Cheney. And he votes in the 2nd Congressional District. And Hey, Sally, thanks so much for testifying about the voter suppression practices. You're welcome to include my name among those who voted by mail before the suspension. My legal name is Virginia Morrison, Morrison, and I said, will do, so I did. Let's see who else. Darn it, I think I'm missing 2 people. I'm really sorry to them, and if they hear my testimony, I'm sorry to you guys, wherever you are, because my battery, I'm sorry. Anyway, the other thing I would like to say is that this entire process doesn't make any sense to me because I don't think it's legal, and I think it's entirely up for a challenge. And here's why. In the past, when we've gone around to do a redistricting thing, we've done it with, we take it around with what they call a road show. I know y'all know about the road show, but for anybody else listening, there's this road show. I would have loved it if somebody could give me a chance to, that's where I could have asked the questions that I have, but I don't get to because I'm not allowed to. And so we're doing this in such a rush. And so I asked myself, where's the rush? And then to my pleasure, I found out that on testimony here we had today, that there was nothing in the Calais decision that required this.
Yeah, and Ms. Davis,
OMG.
And Ms. Davis,
Thank you.
please, thank you very much. Before y'all leave, Senator Duplessis has a question. So, Senator Duplessis.
Thank you, Mr. Acting Chair. So this is not a question, this is a comment. I want to take this moment to briefly express how fortunate I am to have a front row seat at witnessing good people step up and say the things that need to be said. Y'all made a couple of comments, all 3 of y'all, and I'm speaking specifically to you all as a panel of 3 speakers who, at least on the surface, to me, appear to be white. All right?
I'll admit to that.
Okay. Now, it's important that I say this because this discussion and these decisions that we are making, race is imbued all throughout. There's no doubt about it. This is a direct attack on black people and black voters, without a doubt. But the issues have broadened now with this shameful decision from the Supreme Court that says we can't consider race in drawing maps. So now we have all these other factors to consider. But the basic considerations to me are what's right and what's wrong. And I want to acknowledge that when I registered to vote, when I was 17, you talked about, Joy Reid, that black people typically vote for Democrats because of the reasons that you gave. And I would agree with those reasons. But it was also because that's just what I knew. My family, we were all Democrats. So as a young person, it was like, this is what we're going to do. We're going to vote for Democrats. Statistically, I'd say, and I don't know, because I don't know your personal stories. I'm not sure where you're all from or where you live exactly. But statistically, I'd say as a white person in Louisiana, you probably have people in your family or people who you are close to who are not Democrats. And you have to have hard conversations with people you love around how we make our state better, how we make our country better. So I want to acknowledge that, and that it's important that we have more of you at the table expressing what you are expressing. Because, yes, we are fortunate to see people like Josiah come here and testify, but we need you to be having these conversations in public and in private with the people who you love and people who you live with and who we're all trying to exist with. This is much broader than me and Senator Jenkins and Senator Barrow coming up here on our own every time trying to make the case. So I just want to take the moment to express to you all, and not just you 3, but all people, non-black people, who understand the significance of where we are in this moment and who are taking advantage of it and who are going to be on the right side of history. Thank you.
And could I just say that I've met some really neat people while waiting since 10 o'clock in the morning, and one of them is Marcus Virgil, and I really enjoyed meeting you, Marcus, and also Janet Tobias. You're my sweetheart. I love you.
They might be watching, and if not, it's recorded. So thank y'all for y'all testimony. The board is clear.
Thank you.
I think we had Samara Smith, Sandra Stimson, Frankie Ayers, and then somebody said Miss Tanya Nyman. Ma'am, what's your name?
Samara Smith.
Samara Smith. Thank you. And Miss Sandra Stimson and Mr. Frankie. All right, we'll take ladies first. All right, Ms. Smith, we'll take you first. Tell us who you are and give us your testimony, please.
My name is Samara Smith. I'm a New Orleans resident and thank you, Xavier University of Louisiana grad, and I'm here as an organizer to tell you that the public supports Senate Bill 407. Fair representation is critical to our democracy. Communities should be allowed to elect representatives of their choosing. You don't choose your voters, we choose you. Our representatives must recognize our shared interests and lived experiences. Without fair maps, there are specific communities, predominantly Black communities, that will not have representatives that feel accountable to them, and we will be robbed of our opportunity for equal representation. Political power should be in the hands of the people, not diluted. Everyone has a voice, and every community deserves to be heard. This map is our best chance at achieving the representative democracy that you claim to serve. And I'm here because I submitted a green card, as did many, many of the people that have been waiting for hours, and I meant it. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony, Ms. Smith. Ms. Stimson? Please state your name for the record.
My name is Sandra Stimson. I'm a native New Orleanian, and I'm old. Yeah, I'm going to be 79 next month.
I'll make it.
I remember Jim Crow. I remember segregation. I grew up with it. I remember when the governor of this state tried to shut down the schools in New Orleans rather than have them integrated. But the Orleans Parish School Board and the teachers in New Orleans and the people of New Orleans stood up and kept the schools open. I don't want to go back to the way it was. I was a poor kid in New Orleans, and I knew that if my family didn't have the money to send me to a private school, if we didn't have schools, if we didn't get an education, I couldn't go anywhere. I couldn't do anything. My whole life would have been different. And I don't want this. I've fought hard for change, and I don't want to go back to the way it was. It wasn't good. I mean, it might have been good for some people, but there were a lot of people it wasn't good for. And I speak in support of Senate Bill 407.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for your testimony. Mr. Frankie Ayers, tell us who you are and give us your testimony, please.
Frankie Ayers, piano dude, 509 Homer Boulevard here to spark a little curiosity and away we might go. It's good to see Mr. Duplessis here. I would have liked to have seen, I believe it's Mr. Harris, and I would have liked to see Mr. Talbot in the room. These are only two senators for Orleans or Jefferson Parish that represent only Jefferson Parish, that don't subject their citizens to a virtual representation. You reach into Metairie, you reach into my neighbors over off of Severn, you knocked on them doors, I haven't seen you. You weren't at the Metairie Road Parade, I parked right over there, you weren't there. Mr. Miller, part of Kenner, right? This is a doctrine of virtual representation. I oppose this map if I was going to oppose it, but I'm not here for opposing. Right? I'm not here to beg and plead for any First Amendment or 14th Amendment. No, I want that Republican form. You're the body for it. Can't take it to court. They won't hear it. We're guaranteed a Republican form, and if we find ourselves lacking for the enlightenment required to exercise our control with a wholesome discretion, not that you're stupid, You got your eyes covered, you got the wool over your eyes. We're all blinded a little bit by this opportunism. A lot of neglect, a lot of years of neglect to this fundamental form. If we find ourselves lacking for that enlightenment required, the remedy is not to take it from ourselves, regardless if you're black, Democrat, white, brown, I don't care. The remedy is not to take it from ourselves, but to inform our discretion. And this will be the true corrective for constitutional abuses of power. If you permit the large fraction of one parish to take from the other fraction of another parish, their representative, you substitute a real representation for a virtual representation, which is a tendency of the doctrine of virtual representation has been too well discussed and appreciated by reason and resistance on a former great occasion to need development now. Boy, did we develop some of this last Friday, huh? I'm not here for fairness. I'm here on behalf of 831,000 no-party registered voters and myself as a candidate who was barred from candidacy by every one of you in here. Thank God, thank you for Senate Bill 1. I wouldn't have been able to file this federal lawsuit putting a stop to your little shenanigans from Act 84, raising the fees, Act 395, 495, 386, Acts HB 17 y'all pushed through. No party candidates can't even be a candidate for office. This district, completely different than one I ran in and got 2%, 16% of precinct in Slidell. I don't live in Slidell. You separate me from the West Jefferson Parish. I'm here on behalf of the East Bank Jefferson Parish firefighters trying to see them get paid. But because of in every instance when you can separate West Jefferson from East Jefferson by racial lines, convince me that's not racial. Convince me you haven't done this racially. In this bill, West Jefferson, East Jefferson separated. The second largest parish funding all of this, paying for all of this. I gotta wait. Look, you give 2 minutes, you give 30 seconds to somebody who's entitled to it by preference, by seniority. That's the problem here. Any crotchet which ingenuity may invent in the combinations they give strength to carry, I demand the Republican form you've obliged yourself to.
Thank you. Appreciate your testimony. Board is clear. Thank you all for your testimony. Ms. Tanya Nyman. Maria Harmon, Linda Venable. Please keep it down for people to listen and hear their names called. Dr. Chris Williams, Rebecca King, Jamie Davis, James Hyatt, Wilfred Johnson, Emily Walsh, Michael Cahoon, Sarah Gonzalo. Are you Miss Gonzalo? Okay, Miss Gonzalo. What is your name, ma'am?
Emily Walsh.
Emily Walsh. And what's yours, sir?
Michael Cahoon.
Michael Cahoon. All right. We will start with Ms. Gonzalo. Welcome to the committee.
Thank you.
Please state your name for the record.
My name is Sarah Gonzalo. I'm here on behalf of myself. Man, I'm tired, and it's not just because it's after 10 p.m. I've been coming to the Capitol for the last 6 years fighting for relief for people who remain incarcerated with non-unanimous juries and have not been successful so far to pass any relief. We remain the only state in the United States where people continue to be incarcerated with these unconstitutional convictions that were a result of the 1898 Constitutional Convention that was called, and I quote, to preserve the supremacy of the white race in the state. Today, we continue to incarcerate people with unconstitutional, non-unanimous jury convictions. Out of that Constitution, also, we created requirements for voter registration, and we went from having a number of 130,000 Black registered voters in 1898 to about 5,000 in 1901. And I always thought how bold the authors of the 1898 Constitutional Convention were. They put it in black and white. We are here to preserve the supremacy of the white race in the state. And man, I gotta wonder where that courage of those convictions are today. And I can tell you, every time that we continue to pass laws, to pass maps, to oppress Black people in the state, we do so at the expense of our own souls. And I at least ask that if you're going to do that, do not hide. Have the courage of your own convictions. I am baffled by what's happening here. We continue to pass these laws before we can even fix the laws that were passed in the 1800s. But we want to do it and not be called racists. You can't have it both ways. And back in 1898, there were white people who stood in the right side of history. And you have that opportunity today. So that 20, 40, 60 years from now, when a new generation has to come and fix the problems that we created, you can say, I stood in the right side of history.
Thank you, Ms. Gonzalo. Thank you for your testimony. Ms. Walsh, please state your name for the record.
My name is Emily Walsh. It has been a decade since I was at the same Capitol building for the Black Lives Matter protest after the murder of Alton Sterling, and nothing has improved. In fact, things have gotten worse, and we continue to move backwards. Fair representation should not be controversial. Every community deserves an equal opportunity to elect candidates who understand their experiences and will fight for their needs. When you consistently see maps designed to dilute Black voters, split up communities, and minimize the influence of heavily Democratic and progressive areas, people understand exactly what is happening, even if the language used is partisanship instead of race. SB 407 moves us closer to fair representation by recognizing that voters deserve districts that actually reflect the political makeup of this state. If Republicans truly believe that their policies represent the majority of Louisianans, then they should be willing to compete fairly instead of rushing to redraw maps in the middle of an election in order to retain power. Instead, at a time when people all over the state are struggling with insurance costs, healthcare access, healthcare costs, infrastructure failures, failing schools, natural disasters, people can't pay rent, can't afford groceries, can't afford to put gas in their cars. Republicans are choosing their own personal financial interests and their blind loyalty to an incompetent and incontinent 80-year-old man who has bankrupted everything he's touched and is now bankrupting our country and robbing us blind. Republicans know that more and more Louisianans are waking up and realizing they've been conned, and they're scared. We know redistricting is not the end goal here. It's the beginning of a dangerous agenda rooted in hatred, racism, and bigotry by fragile, insecure white men. This issue clearly affects Black people more than anyone else, but I want everyone to understand that no one is safe when the end goal is a white Christian nationalist nation. We must put a halt to this agenda now and preserve what democracy we do have by passing SB 407. Otherwise, the floodgates are wide open. I come here today, thankfully, from Troy Carter's district. My last apartment was in Steve Scalise's, which I was surprised to find out after I moved in. 2 little streets carved out conveniently for him. New Orleans is a vibrant and a united city. An interconnected community with distinct economic, environmental, and cultural interests. Splitting us into opposing districts weakens the ability to advocate cohesively and effectively for the federal funding and policies that we need. And I know that that's the goal here, but I implore you anyways to please pass SB 407, which would keep not only New Orleans, but communities across the state together and allow them to elect people who actually represent their needs and listen to their constituents. Black votes matter and Black lives matter. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your time. The board is clear. Thank y'all for y'all. Oh, I'm sorry. Mr. Michael Calhoun. Please state your name for the record.
Michael Cahoon, representing myself, and I just, I don't think I'll need the whole 3 minutes. I just want to say that, this can be a really positive and powerful and righteous opportunity that you all have to vote yes on this bill, and it is, I think, not an opportunity to be wasted, and it can be a really beautiful thing you all can do to show the sort of state we are and the sort of people we are. And it is an opportunity. It's also a responsibility. And I think, these are people coming here with green cards, asking you to do something, asking you to vote yes, being positive. And I think most of you all, I've been coming to the legislature for work for a long time. If people are staying till 10 o'clock at night with hundreds and hundreds of green cards on one of your bills, I think you would probably be like, I think I figured something out with my bill here. And I think that's what Senator Price did. I think he's figured something out. As I think Senator Jenkins mentioned, it passes the eyeball test. I have horrible eyes. I've had like 6 eye surgeries. I can tell. I can look at it and be like, oh, that makes a lot of sense. And so, I'll just say what this map does, I think, is these are our representatives, and it sends representatives to Congress that represent Louisiana. And what sort of message would it send if we send a congressional legislation to our nation's capital that doesn't represent us? To me, that says we're ashamed of who we are. We don't want to send a delegation that looks like us, that thinks like us. We want to send a special little part that looks like something else. And, walking around and being here for all these hours, I don't see people ashamed in the overflow rooms or in the hallways. I see people who are proud of Louisiana and proud of all the different types of people here, and that's who we should be sending to Congress. And, I think for what it's worth, in my experience working with legislators and legislative bodies, government works better when it has diverse and representative districts and people representing them. And, Congress is pretty unpopular. I think we could all, acknowledge that it could be functioning better. I think it would function better and send a better type of representation with SB 407. And that's why I'm speaking in support of it. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. The board is clear. Senator Bartholomew. Senator Bartholomew is going to come up and have the table. Is there anybody in here that I called their name? Maria Harmon. This is going to be the last time that I call. Say again? Maria Harmon's gone. Okay. If anybody knows that somebody left, please let me know. Linda Venable. Tanya Nyman.
I'm too big to be here, period, let alone with seat up here.
Dr. Chris Williams. Rebecca King. Jamie Davis. James Hyatt. Wilford Johnson. Janet Tobias. Christopher Richard. Lorraine. Oshie. Okay. O'Shea. All right, thank you. Dion Blanks. All right. Senator Bartholomew.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you, committee members, for the work and effort that you're putting in tonight and a continuation of Friday to give people a voice and hear them out. And receive their passionate messages about the effect that this redistricting will have on their communities, and I think our state as a whole. And so I won't take a lot of time, but I feel really honored to be a part of this body in the short time that I've been here. And I came here with hope and desire to change my district for the better and impact it in a positive way. And since I've been here, I'm starting to feel, what I feel now is that maybe this body needs to change. Not just my district, but that this body needs to improve and needs to be built up the same way my district does. And so maybe that's why I'm here. And so I speak on behalf of the members of my community and implore you to take this responsibility serious and not vote the will of a person that does not reside in Louisiana, that resides in D.C. And so you have a bill with a map in front of you, and shortly you hear another bill with a similar map. They'll look really close to one another, but they couldn't be further apart, because one will disenfranchise voters in this state, and one seeks to bring voters together. So don't get fooled by how close these maps look. One is specifically drawn to dilute a certain voter base, and one does not. If you look at this map and you look at the demographics related to it, you'll see how close the numbers are. And so my charge to you is, can we change? Can we be different? Can we take the responsibility that's been given to us by our voters so seriously that we move this bill favorably and give it a shot, give it a chance? Because I know the other bill is going to move favorably. And so if what you claim is that you want a fair process, and you want the voters to believe that, then prove it. If this is about a fair process, then prove it. Prove it to the voters of Louisiana that you care enough to give this bill a shot. Move it favorably. You can move Morris's bill favorably too. Put them both on the floor and then vote your conscience. That's all I ask. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. The board is clear. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
All right, Ms. O'Shea.
It's O'Shea.
O'Shea, okay.
It's O'Shea with two E's.
All right, O'Shea. Thank you for being here. Please give us your testimony. State your whole name for the record.
Used to be at DuPont. I was 13 years old.
What's your state your name for the record?
Oh, sorry. Lorraine O'Shea, and I represent myself.
Thank you.
I grew up in Iberville Parish. I was 13 years old in 1963 when we had race riots in Plaquemine. A group of kids with CORE came down to register black voters. This was before the Voting Rights Act was passed. And a bunch of them sat together, mixed race, on the Plaquemine Ferry and were thrown in jail for doing that. And they were peaceful demonstrations followed by state police riding horses into a church of peaceful gatherers with cattle prods and hoses, full force hoses. I didn't know what to make of that at 13. I mean, I grew up in privilege, total privilege. I went to Catholic schools, and I didn't know what to make of it, but it was an education for me about what was going on in this state. There were 0 black registered voters in East Feliciana Parish at that time. And these brave students came down, and that was a real learning curve for me. A lot of people have spoken to you about doing the right thing, and I am appealing to your better angels. Y'all know what is right. You all know what is right. And you can do the right thing. We're not talking perfect here. It hadn't been perfect for a long time. But this is the best and fairest map. And I agree with the senator. At least let's have a vote on the floor for it. You may want to push another map, but let this go to the floor. I worked in state government for 17 years, right out of law school. My first case was the Section 2 Voting Rights Act case for the judiciary. And a lot of people fought hard. And we can't go back. So I appeal to you all to do the right thing.
Thank you for your testimony. There's a lot of DuPonts in Plaquemine area.
There's what?
There's a lot of DuPonts in that Plaquemine area.
That's right. We've been in politics a long time.
Yeah. Judge, the judge is related to you?
Some of them.
Yeah.
They're the good DuPonts and the bad DuPonts. Don't get us mixed up.
All right. Thank you for your testimony. Ma'am, I called your name. I need to find your card. What's
hello, bonjour.
Bonjour.
Bonsoir.
Comment ça va?
Hello, good evening.
What's your name?
Deion Blanks.
Deion
I would like to start off by saying I originally submitted in favor of this map, but seeing it now from Friday, totally different. I am a native to New Orleans, Louisiana, uptown, to be very specific. I am a 2-time graduate of Tuskegee University, and I am a geospatial analyst. I'm a true scientist. I study the Earth from space. I utilize satellite data and imagery to look at people, places, things, objects, trees, nature, everything. And I am a very disgruntled constituent of Congressional District 2. And I really want to focus, I'm going to be quick, but I really want to focus on voter suppression. That is a big issue in District 2, as well as the environmental injustice going on. I would be remorse if I did not speak to what is going on in Cancer Alley, which my family, my lineage dates back, is all up and down through that area. It runs through communities that have been fighting through Cancer Alley. It runs through communities that have been fighting for their lives against petrochemical pollutions, which these plants are built on former plantations. This is also signs of environmental injustice and decades of political neglect. And the way that this state has redrawn its maps has made it sure that these communities never had the political power to fight back effectively. Now, I do not want y'all to miss. Upon completing my studies at Tuskegee University, my family and friends dubbed me the Uptown Hidden Figures because I started my career at NASA. And leaving NASA, I went on and took an oath to protect this nation and serve my time at the Department of Defense as a geospatial analyst. So, all of that to say, I know a thing or two about making maps. And this is not a fair representation of what should be going on in the state of Louisiana. But because I was trained by the best, the United States of America, which to me it is the best because my ancestors built it, I was trained to look for things that most people are gonna miss. So another political strategy that I have not heard or is not being, I don't think, told to the masses about these maps, one that is hidden in plain sight is in our census data. Louisiana counts for over 26,000 incarcerated people as residents of the prison districts where they are physically held. 66% of those people are black. They come from communities like mine, from New Orleans, from Baton Rouge, and the river parishes. But under the current census methodology Louisiana uses to draw its maps, they are counted as residents of Angola, of Polak, of the facilities that hold them, not the communities. That inflates the population of the political power of those prison districts. Meanwhile, black communities that they actually come from are losing their representation. The part that should make people most uncomfortable about this is that those 26,000 votes, those inmates, their votes do not count. They can't vote. And before I get up off of here, I would be so incorrect to not call out Congressman Troy Carter, because there's an alarming number of young people in the city of New Orleans that are not registered to vote. Earlier this spring, it was brought to me because I was trained by the best. I do investigative work. Suno had a voter registration drive. That registration drive was shut down by the governor of Louisiana. He said that it was unconstitutional. He sent the police over there, which I find weird considering he spent the first 2 years of law school at Southern University in Baton Rouge. So not only did this somehow became to be, Congressman Troy Carter never did nothing to rectify this. And now this town hall he held yesterday, it's nothing because there's nobody to even vote for him.
Thank you for your testimony, ma'am.
Since this election has started, the only time Congressman Troy Carter has even uttered his mouth to tell people to vote was on the first day of early voting. I just ask that you all go look at his Instagram. Congress District number 2, he does not care about us. He felt entitled to our vote.
Thank you for your testimony.
You're welcome.
The board is clear. Thank you all for your testimony.
My mother is a huge fan.
All right, these are the last green cards that I have. I'm going to call these names once again. And these are the ones that I had filled out, and that was completely filled out. If I don't call your name,
everybody
listen up. If I don't call your name, your card was either incorrect, didn't have all the information on it, or it didn't have the box checked. One of the two. So if I don't call your name, doesn't mean that you can't testify. I need you to come up and get a green card and fill the green card out like instructed and turn it back in. Linda Venable. Dr. Chris Williams, Rebecca King. Wait, who's gone? Williams is gone. Rebecca King. How many people we have in the over? All right. Jamie Davis, James Hyatt, Wilfred Johnson, Janet Tobias, and Christopher Richard. Everybody else? Maria Harmon? We probably turned her card in. Okay, come on. I called her name, you said? You did. Okay, all right. Madam Pro Temp said I called your name, so please come to the table. So if I did not call your name and you would like to speak, please get a green card, fill it out, and turn it in. We need all the information on there for our records. Our staff has to sort through all these cards, and we need all the information on it to be able to put it in the for the records. So if your name isn't legible, if you didn't check the box to speak, or if you didn't have all your information on there, it was put to the side. We can't record all the information if your information is not on there. Welcome to the committee. Almost 11 o'clock. Please tell us who you are. And, oh no, Madam Pro Temp says she's about to turn into a pumpkin. All right, give us your name and start your testimony, please.
Good evening. My name is Maria Harmon. I just
please keep it down for your patience. I'm sorry, okay. Stop. I'm going to restart your time. Please, everybody, if they could, give respect for the lady giving her testimony. Go ahead.
Hi. Again, my name is Maria Harmon. Again, I want to thank you all for your patience because I was watching online and I saw y'all were calling my name and I felt compelled to come back. So thank you for having me speak. I I'm one of the executive directors, I am the executive director and one of the co-founders of Step Up Louisiana, and also the education chair of the Baton Rouge branch of the NAACP. And I come before you in support of Senate Bill 407. This map, compared to the others, honestly, is the most equitable map. When I think about the voting rights that are in a very fragile state, if we look at the outcome of the decisions from the Supreme Court. And I understand that it's a lot of challenges facing the decision makers, you being the decision makers. And I just encourage you to consider going forward with Senate Bill 407. For me, this fight is very personal, like many other people. I'm someone who has researched my family lineage, and I'm sitting before you as the third great-granddaughter of slaves and a great-grandchild of sharecroppers. And I honestly believe I am my ancestors' wildest dreams. And to also think of the work that my grandfather did from out of Calcasieu Parish, Wesley Montgomery Sr., who was the first black licensed general contractor in Calcasieu Parish, and gave of his legacy in his fight for civil rights throughout Louisiana. So I feel compelled to have to sit before you today to defend this map to move forward, because looking at the other maps, they don't measure up. I ask that you think about this in a way that all people can be fairly represented, because I would hate for this state to regress. We have to keep moving forward. And for us to have competitive races, for us to have fair representation, the maps have to measure up. So far, when you look at the data and you look at the comparison of not only the voting population, but also party lines as well, that is the most balanced map compared to others. So again, I ask you to please consider this moving forward. Let this be debated out on the floor. Let this bill matriculate. And I ask that you consider this, being that this is the most fair decision to make with what we have. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. All right, we have Jessica Kim, K-E. Reverend White, you're at the table?
Yes.
All right, hold on one second. Give me a second, please, Reverend. Reverend White's at the table. Jessica Kern, K-E-M-M. Oh, okay. Is that, I won't say your street address, but is that a real street?
It's a real street.
All right, interesting. All right. Lisa King. Is Lisa King here? All right, Lisa King's here. All right, and then I'm going to put a few in the queue. Marshawn Samis. All right. What is it, sir? Camise. Okay, I apologize. You'll be in the queue for the next three that come up. I don't even know how to. Sifo. Okay, yeah. No, I know. I messed it up last time. I apologize. I like how you say it, though, the whole thing. And Angela Roberts. Is Angela? Okay, Angela Roberts. And then Dr. Sidney Epps. And then Ron Hicks. All right, that's. Celeste Reach Harper, Catherine Balls, and Dadrius Lannis. All right, so the next three after these three will be Marshawn y'all know who y'all are. All right, the Reverend was here first, unless we take the ladies first.
Take the ladies.
All right,
ladies first.
Miss Lisa King, please state your name for the record.
Lisa King. I also live on that crazy name that you like.
You can say that.
Lover's Lane. So, this is the first time I've ever done this, okay?
Thank you for having the courage to come here and testify.
I'm intimidated somewhat. But
we're all human beings here. Take your time.
You know what? I've met a lot of good people today, but I met them a year ago. and I've got a lot of new friends now. And Indivisible Baton Rouge is one of the groups that we've started here, and we did No Kings a few weeks ago that, it started off with about 600 people, and this last No Kings, we had about 1,500 people. So I'm making a lot of new friends, and there's one reason for it, and he lives in Washington right now, and he does have a Southern White House too. But I wrote stuff down on my phone, and I was like, y'all have heard enough about, what we're all here for and what map everybody wants and doesn't want. And I wasn't going to come up here. And when my friend Abby came up here and she started talking about when she was 13 years old, it made me think, when I was 5 years old, I'm from South Carolina, so there's a lot of racism there too I grew up with. I lived on a dirt road, and there was a blacktop road, and at either end of that blacktop road, every Sunday there would be a group of men with these white sheets and hoods on, and I'm in the back of my daddy's Volkswagen, and I'm like, Daddy, what is that? Why are those men always down there? And he said, Sweetie, those are bad men. So my dad has always taught me right from wrong. And when A.B. O'Shea, or she, ask y'all to find your better angels, please do that. This is an important moment right now. Louisiana is being looked at not just by our country, but by the world, I think. And we've been this nasty Southern bad reputation our whole lives. And I think right now we have a moment to make history and change and do better. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony, Ms. King. Ms. Jessica, I couldn't read the last, Kim.
Yes.
All right, thank you. Jessica
Kim, Kemm.
All right.
And I'm speaking for myself and in support of SB 407. I grew up in Louisiana. I'll be 74 next month. And one of my first public memories after I learned to read was being in the grocery store asking my mother what was the difference between colored and white water. The answer didn't make sense then. It still doesn't make sense. And that was just the beginning of my learning how to navigate life in Louisiana in the 1960s. It wasn't easy because I wasn't brought up. I was brought up in a pretty liberal home, and I'm white. People fought during that time. People fought and died in my lifetime for the right to vote, to go to the same schools as white kids, to drink the same water, sit next to white people in the movies, all those things, and not be beaten or killed for not saying yes, sir, and no, ma'am. The right to be represented in government was one of those hard-won rights, so that people who shared similar values, black or white, could be represented. People who believe that everyone counts, not just the few who can breathe clean air, not just the few, so that not just the few can breathe clean air, drink clean water, go to good schools, live in safe neighborhoods, make decisions about how they want to live their life and what they want to do with their bodies, to have a future, and not to be beaten or killed for speaking out. Everyone deserves representation and an opportunity to win elections. Let our vote count, give us that chance, and tell me that the last 60 years of my life, they happened and that we're moving forward. I'm another old white lady up here telling you to say, just telling you and asking you not to send us back to the good old days. They weren't that good for most people. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony, Reverend. Please state your name for the record, sir.
Gregory White, Reverend Gregory White. First of all, I want to thank you for allowing me to speak. Once again, I spoke the other day, and I came from the Word of God, and you asked me what that scripture was. I told you Luke, the 18th chapter, when there was a judge who said, neither do I regard God nor man, but because this woman worried me, he would give her the request. And I told you then, the people have come to worry you. They're coming because they're concerned. But tonight I want to share this with you because I also come to represent my mother, Rosalie Burrell White, and my father, James White Sr. And last but not most of all, I come to represent God. Because I believe that the decision had already been made. I don't know. You know what you're going to do. You know what before you come to this meeting. But I want to share this with you. I live in a state called the Gumbo State. And if any of you like gumbo, to have a good gumbo, you got to put some of everything in it to give that flavor, that taste. I live in a world that God made, and it's a gumbo. Some of everybody in it. And then when you have a good gumbo and understanding the world that we live in, everybody brings something to the table. Something good, some bad, but everybody brings something to the table. And as I was thinking today, once again, I ask you to search your soul, search yourself, and I pray and hope that you honor God, the Most High. Some say there's not a God. Some say there is. But what if he is God? And God is a God of love. So I ask you tonight to give reverence and respect the Most High, the creator of heaven and earth, because truly, Louisiana is on trial. You on trial. We're on trial right now. God is looking and he's seeing. God is no respecter of a person. There's a God, and we all know it because we all bleed red. There's no white blood, no black blood, no yellow blood. And as I said before, if something happened to you, it just might be my blood that you need. Well, we didn't choose the color of our skin or the texture of our hair, but God made us in his image. And so I want to ask you to think about this. In Colossians, it said, but above all these things, put on love, which is the bond of perfection. And let the peace of God rule in your hearts, to which also you were called to one body, and to be thankful. For God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten Son, that whosoever, ever so who, red, black, yellow, whatever, believe in him should not perish but have eternal life. Yeah, that's life at the end of the tunnel. And I want you to think about this as a Christian, as a child of God. Remember, he said, if I be lifted up from the earth, I'll draw all men unto me. We all need each other. And the question would be why? Because we all bring something to the table. So a history record this day, in eternity, your choice, whatever you make, is going to be for eternity. But we can do what's right, and we can realize that we all need each other. So thank you for your time, and God bless you.
Reverend, thank you for those verses. And I'm not trying to I got to go back to the gumbo. You can't put okra in it. Or tomatoes.
That's what makes it so special. You put what you like in it.
I know. Seriously, thank you for coming. I appreciate it. Madam Pro Temp.
Yeah, we don't want to start talking about that gumbo because I have had some different things in gumbo that I would have never thought of. But that is one thing that makes Louisiana so unique. And one of the things that I so love about this state, I traveled, I'm trying to remember where I went, and they had the audacity to have a lot of the New Orleans names on their menu. And you should have heard how they actually pronounce Chapatulas. I was like, what did y'all just say? They didn't say Chapatulas. They said something else, and a Chapalaya and so forth and so on. There's so much uniqueness we have. But I wanted to recognize, my pastor from my district, and thank you again for coming out. Thank you for sharing the word of God, the love of God. And at the end of the day, I am praying that it will be the love of God that would actually speak to this issue and speak to what is before us. But I want to thank these two ladies as well as everybody else who have come to the table I have truly enjoyed and respected your perspective and your testimonies, and to hear your story, each one of your stories from your different perspective and what your dad and how your parents raised you is so very important, because I too agree. This moment in time is not about today, really. It's about what's behind us, what's coming behind us, what are we doing for the next generation. Somebody opened the door, somebody planted the tree so we can all enjoy where we are today, and we dare not do our part. So I just want to say thank you once again for each one of you guys being here till 11:10 tonight. Thank you again. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Pro Temp. The board is clear. Thank y'all for your testimony. I'll call up Mashawn Siamese. Sorry if I messed it up again. I apologize. And then Nikosi. I got that part right. And then Angela Roberts. Is Angela Roberts here? All right. And then after these three, we will have Dr. Sidney Epps. Are you in here? Dr. Sidney? All right. Ron Hicks, are you in here? All right. Celeste Reach Harper. All right. Catherine Baltz. All right. Dadrius Lannis. You here? He's here. All right. Jalen Braxton. Here. And Lakita Smith. Okay. All right. Is that everybody that wanted to talk in support of this bill? Then we'll go to the red cards. All right. Madam Pro Temp, are you turning orange over there? I think she is. I think she's turning orange. Let me put you on the...
That was funny. That was funny. That was funny.
She's delirious. All right. We'll get back to business. We'll do, gentlemen, if y'all don't mind, we'll take Ms. Roberts first, ladies first. All right. Ms. Roberts, please state your name for the record.
Angela Roberts. I'm here in support of SB 407. So many people have spoke since Friday that I won't belabor you too long. I'll leave you with this and with an analogy at the end that I hope you understand well, albeit I understand we are all very tired. I will not leave you with any jokes to make the night smoother, because it's not a laughing matter to me when people's rights are being threatened and they're being disenfranchised. Black citizens have fought for years in federal courts to secure representation after decades of dilution and disenfranchisement. They won, and now instead of respecting that process that has put the same elected leaders sitting before us today, this legislature is being asked to move the goalpost all over again. This is a dangerous precedent, because the precedent you set today will not belong only to the people you are targeting right now. Eventually, the tables always turn. My late father would have said, you had a good thing, but you went to the well one time too many, and this is the well. And when the shoe is on the other foot, the same logic being used today that representation can be dismantled when those in power dislike the political result will be used against someone else tomorrow. Maybe another community, maybe another region, maybe even members sitting in this very room. That is why safeguards are supposed to matter regardless of who benefits in a given moment. Safeguards and proper precedents are the pinnacle of effective leadership. Because once lawmakers normalize manipulating representation after voters speak, no district is truly protected anymore. What happens when every election becomes an excuse to redraw the power? What happens when communities are told the representation is only legitimate when it produces outcomes acceptable to those already in power? That is not democracy, that is conditional representation. And history has already shown us exactly who gets harmed first when representation becomes conditional. People pack this Capitol because they understand what is at stake here. They understand that these maps are not lines on paper. They determine who gets heard, who gets ignored, and who government believes is worth protecting. SB 407 is the only proposal before you that preserves meaningful representation instead of treating it as disposable. The vote you cast today will outlive this moment. It will shape the precedent Louisiana follows when power changes hands, because eventually it always does. It may be you or it may be your grandchildren, but it will happen. And as my father would have also said, locks keep honest men honest, because dishonest men will find a way to rob regardless. This precedent is the lock, and you get to choose what kind of men or women you are.
Thank you so much for your testimony. I see no questions. If we can go on to the next witness, is it Mr. Monty?
My last name is Monty, yes.
Yes, if you could state your name for the record, I appreciate it.
My full name is Sipo Mingoisi Ngosi Monty. So last time I came over here, I pretty much centered my argument around how the Senate bills like SB 166, SB 121, and SB 130 were reflective of the steps government officials took to disenfranchise minority voters. So today I stand here in support of 407, not because it's perfect, not even because I really think that it's fair, but because how most black voters will relate, it is my best option. All right. So today I'm going to go ahead and expand on my argument, and I'm going to show you how these maps and the political power plays made to reach their attempt to initiation today are alarmingly similar to steps taken by countries en route to becoming totalitarian. Consolidation of power in an effort to dominate a country's political spectrum with one party is nothing new, and it is not a coincidence that Texas, Louisiana, Tennessee, Mississippi, and Alabama are all taking steps to marginalize minority voters and political opposition. When you have representatives like Senator Morris who state, "I prefer maps that help Republicans because that's what I am," and then he proceeds to show me a 5-1 or an even possible 6-0 map, you're telling me that you want to take the same kind of steps that fascists took to create one-party systems. A great example would be Joseph Stalin in the Soviet Union. He consolidated power after Vladimir Lenin to transform the Bolshevik communist state into a rigid one-party dictatorship. After being appointed General Secretary of the Communist Party in 1922, Stalin strategically used his position to control appointments by placing loyal allies in key administrative regional roles, and he built a powerful political base and marginalized his opponents. Groups frequently marginalized by Stalin's regime include people in poverty, the elderly, individuals with disabilities, refugees, and racial or sexual minorities. And I will be damned if that is not quite literally what we are seeing on our state and our federal level. When your party packs the Supreme Court with justices like Chief Justice John Roberts and Samuel Alito, who decide to strike down pre-clearance in 2013 and Shelby County versus Holder, and then decide to gut Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act in Louisiana versus Kalis, in 2026, you're following the footsteps of leaders like Saddam Hussein in Iraq, who transformed the state into a one-party system by changing the Constitution to allow only the Ba'ath Party to be eligible to govern in political elections, to be able to govern and race in political elections. This honestly makes a lot of sense considering Saddam Hussein's rise to power was greatly aided by Ronald Reagan and George W. Bush, two Republicans. When Governor Jeff Landry declares a state of emergency because citizens are voting, when we held an election during World War II, the Civil War, and the Vietnam War, and then describes the discarding of 45,000 ballots as not a big deal, in order to bring maps like 121 to the table in the first place and give his party a majority advantage, this reminds me of the dictator Ferdinand Marcos in the Philippines. In September of 1972, he suspended elections, declared martial law, just a year before his constitutionally mandated two-term limit was set to expire, because he feared he was going to be voted out of office. Marcos used a fabricated national emergency, citing alleged communist insurgencies and civil unrest to justify his power grab, when in reality, his impending term limit was his primary motivation to retain his grip on the presidency. I could sit here honestly and give a whole 2-hour lecture on how a lot of the steps that we have been taking, that the Louisiana legislator and other legislators have been taking, align with dictators like Adolf Hitler, Benito Mussolini, Kim Jong-il, Mao Zedong. But for time's sakes, I'm going to digress. And I know that a lot of you are sitting here and going, but those are totalitarian governments. This is the United States. We're clearly not the same. Let me clarify. This argument is not to sit here and tell you that the United States has the same government as, say, the Soviet Union, because we don't.
You can start wrapping up your comments. You have
For
30
sure.
seconds.
We don't yet. However, this argument is here to show you the same steps that were taken by governments en route to become totalitarian, and the same steps that we are taking and moving further and further away from a free society every single day. And lastly, I would simply like to point out the state of Louisiana has been under majorly Republican control for over the last 40 years, and we're at the bottom of the list in education, standard of living, housing, and way, way more. So if you think that the solution to any of Louisiana's problems is to make Louisiana more Republican, we tried that. We've been there for 50 plus more years, and it's not working. Something needs to change. Okay. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you so much for your comments. You mentioned something about pre-clearance earlier. That's something you supported from the federal
I gave my testimony on that last Friday.
Court. So if a map would come out that would be a version of a map that would be pre-cleared in the past, that would be something you would support.
I would have to see the map. What I am saying is that
But it would be a good indicator of potential.
if a map came out that aligned with pre-clearance, which just means the Justice Department would have to approve it first, you know what I'm saying? If you dropped the map that the Justice Department did approve, maybe that would help me, but your representatives got them out of the way.
I appreciate it. Mr. Marchand, I'm having trouble understanding the writing of your last name. If you could state your name for the record, I'd appreciate it.
All right. See, did I turn that off? Okay, here I go. I'm back on. I'm Marshawn Camise. I appreciate the other people that I have up here because I had something that I remembered to say, but that was about 7 hours ago. But just to kind of get to it, I'll try to get through as much as I can. The state of Louisiana in 2025 deported multiple children, one of whom was born in New Orleans and had brain cancer. Donald Trump got the pro-life, Bible-thumping Republican Party to say, yes, we want more of that. As a matter of fact, send Gregory Bovino down here to harass more people. So I have no doubt in my mind that the map's going to pass. If y'all can give us less than 0 seats, you would do it. Y'all do this under the orders of somebody that said the Civil Rights Act was harmful to white people, that it caused reverse racism. RFK said that black children are overfilled on antidepressants and that they need to be reparented on different farms, all of them. Pete Hegseth constantly brings Doug Wilson to the Pentagon to give a prayer service. Doug Wilson is the same pastor that said that slave owners were on strong spiritual ground. I don't have no belief in no morality on anybody that followed Donald Trump. If you wasn't with this map, you wouldn't be underneath this president. You wouldn't be in your party. You would stand up, you would stand against it, you would speak out about it. So as far as I'm concerned, if you here as one of these Trump Republicans, you already showed us who you are. You showed us what you want to do. And I believe the country as a whole is rebuking your party. Y'all are in a death spiral. That's why y'all have to redistrict. That's why y'all have to cheat. That's why Trump got to go to Texas and say he entitled to 5 more seats. It's because y'all know what y'all doing is abhorrent. We letting our people die in Iran based on false pretense that Tulsi Gabbard and Joe Kent say it ain't real. Y'all okay with all that. So I'm positive y'all gonna be okay with the maps. But the beautiful thing is, the children that y'all have made and the people that's younger than y'all don't support none of this racism that y'all want. The MAGA party is the last breath of the Confederacy, and I'll be happy to see millennials and Gen Z bury y'all. There will be no more of your party. The midterms gonna come, y'all gonna get wiped out. Trump gonna get dragged out of the White House, and I'ma love every second of it. Because y'all loved every second of the suffering that he caused to everybody in this country. And worldwide, we starve in Cuba. We bomb Nigeria. We holding Zimbabwe and Zambia hostage for their minerals. We don't want to give them aid support. The pro-lifers that say all life is special, y'all letting kids die of AIDS. What part of your Bible say that? Point out the scripture. I think everybody would love to see it. And we would love to see y'all in the midterms.
Thank you for your testimony, sir. The board is clear. All right, up next we'll have Dr. Sidney Epps, Ralphin Triggs, and Ron Hicks. And then after that, Miss Harper, Reach Harper, Catherine Baltz, and Dadrius Lannis. Good evening, Doctor. We'll take you first.
All right.
Please state your name for the record, please.
My name is Dr. Sidney Epps. I spoke last week, but I didn't get to say I'm 7 generations military veterans, a cadre of low-income conservatives living in a democratic state. And right as they were, they demanded I never lived in the South. They knew the difference between being a red dot in a blue state and being in the threat that came with the opposite. There was a woman who spoke late Friday night who said she was a Republican, but she felt so safe and inspired in the overflow room surrounded by a blue wave. I didn't get a chance to ask her how she felt in the room of men who hold the same same values as her, but it reminded me of the hypocrisy of my childhood. I'm a first-generation college graduate, from undergrad to doctorate. I'm evidence that education changes lives and mindsets, but that it also seeks to understand all mindsets. Louisianans deserve leaders who believe in educational uplift and a safety net that protects all citizens, giving them the freedom to work for others and build their own businesses. We also deserve to live in communities where the air is breathable, the land is fertile, and the water is clean, a true sportsman's paradise. But what we are witnessing in the Louisiana legislature is not a debate over geography or process. It is a calculated hunt on the working class, backed by numbers that prove who is being sacrificed. Louisiana's poverty rate is 18.6%, one of the highest in the nation, and that statistic isn't abstract. It shows the overcrowded classrooms, the under-resourced neighborhoods, the families forced to make impossible choices while people in power tell us to be patient and trust them. And it shows up in what we can only be described as a legacy of poison. In New Orleans, up to 88% of homes tested have detectable lead in their water. There are 119,000 service lines of unknown material. When leaders refuse to treat lead removal like an emergency, they are not merely managing infrastructure, they are managing the lives of our future children, ensuring instability, learning loss, and preventable harm that will echo for decades. At the same time, we are living through an invasion of our resources by invasive populations and colonial populations, systems, and decision makers who arrive, extract, and leave the working class with the bill. Billions of tax breaks are handed out to tech giants and corporations while the people pay the price in lost revenue, environmental strain, and public disinvestment. Under Act 730, Louisiana is projected to forego approximately $3.3 billion to $3.6 billion in sales tax rebates for data centers from Meta and Amazon, massive facilities that will consume enormous amounts of water and energy and require expansive transmission corridors. And we've already lost $75 million in property tax revenue to corporate exemptions for wood pellet industry, money stripped directly from our schools for industry that only employs about 140 people. That pattern is clear. The public losses, the powerful profit, and the communities inherit the risk. Some people want to frame this redistricting fight as negotiation, like a 4-2 map is a fair compromise. It is not. Negotiation is for equals, and Louisiana's history makes it plain that equality has been withheld by design. We are in a state where roughly 33% of the population consists of people brought here by force, and that force is being packed into categories, and we have the receipts for what happened when those forced into being packed into categories attempt to claim political power. I'm going to skip ahead because I know I'm out of time, but I do want to say this. I went to school in Appalachian in Ohio, southeastern Ohio, where J.D. Vance documented in his book, Hillbilly Elegy, Generations of Poverty and Disinvestment. And you see the same machinery at work with a completely homogeneous population, all right? Wealth and power operating like a predator. That comparison matters because it proves the point so many of us want to dodge. Even without the historical legacy of targeted populations to scapegoat, the wealthy elite will still exploit the working class of their own background. If you are a paycheck away from dismay, it does not matter what your face looks like. The lube does not make the screwed force hurt less. It just leaves your lip a little wetter. It proves that the issue is not about color terms or identity labels. It's about a predatory system driven by invasive populations and colonial populations at the top of an occupational hierarchy where the people are at the bottom. They're treated like disposable resources to be extracted. This is not about race, all right? It's about money. Ignorance pays. This is exactly why we need systems and representation that serve all people, because the elite have shown again and again that they have no loyalty to anyone but the bottom line. Louisiana needs a 0-6 map that flips the Morris maps, one that makes every district competitive and forces representation to respond to the people's actual needs, education, health, and environment for Louisianans of all backgrounds, because the map protects power instead of people. Everything else follows. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Please state your name for the record, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Ralphon Triggs. I come representing myself and the Organization of Young Democrats of Louisiana, where I currently serve as secretary. I'm a resident of Thibodaux, and conveniently, I'm a constituent of Senator Price. I come to speak in favor of Senator Price's bill, Senate Bill 407, but I do want to speak on behalf of Thibodaux residents to say that we were drawn out of every single map that includes includes a Democratic majority or a minority majority part in it. I emailed Senator Price district, and I planned on emailing all of you, expecting the committee to be committee hearing to be tomorrow, but it happened today. So, but you should all still expect an email from me speaking about the specific precincts from 4351, 51A, 53, 21A, 21, 25, 23, 216, 27, 210, 211, 14, where I live, 12, and 16, and Assumption and Lafourche parishes that are drawn out of the new district of District 6, because I just saw there's a new map that was presented today. Well, amended map, I should say. I told Senator Price in the email that this is convenient because his Senate district, District 2, where I live, is coincides with Congressional District 2 currently, what I call the hook where I live. The black community there, the Democratic community that prominently votes there, we want to be included in that, and I believe that we're being left out of that. Where I live, we don't vote with the rest of our parish. Where I live is Lafourche Parish. My area, we don't vote with the Republican Party, and that's fine. I understand that everyone has their own politics, but my area, like I said, to the many leaders that I spoke to, which would be the NAACP president and our black leaders, black councilmen, black parish councilmen, they should be here. I will say that they should be here, not me saying this. But in 2022, many of you should remember me that I was the 17-year-old kid that when you came to Nichols University in Thibodaux, I spoke in Thibodaux there. I remember Senator Duplessis was there. He spoke with me, and I appreciate what he had done. And then later on, when the Supreme Court overturned those maps and said it was unconstitutional, that we need a second black district, I met with my Republican state House representative, and I asked him to help out, and he told me, and he gave me his word, that if the maps were overturned by the Supreme Court, that he would work on an amendment with his Democrat colleagues to include those same precincts that I gave you. So I know not all Republicans are bad. Not all Republicans only care about themselves. I can trust in some Republicans. And I have any questions, anything that any of the senators would like to say. Thank you.
Senator Duplessis. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ralph Vaughn, it's great to see you again. Thank you for remaining committed. I remember when we met in Thibodaux on that road show. And I will just have to say this, because I didn't mention it earlier. Somebody else talked about the road show. All of the work that we put in, going back to 2020, we traveled all across this state, every corner of this state, seeking input from the people of this state. And we took full advantage of it. And here we are again. In 2026, not even at the direction of the courts to be here tonight at 11:30 at night. They said that the second district that we drew was unconstitutional, but they didn't say we had to do it right now, right? And they didn't say that we couldn't have two majority black districts or two majority Democrat districts, but all across the state, all across the road show, the most resounding thing that we heard from people all across this state, including yourself, was that this state deserved fair maps and fair representation, which was two districts, whether it's majority black, whether it's majority Democrat. It's just really frustrating that at the direction of one person and 6 justices who chose to pervert and gut the Voting Rights Act, that we have to go through this again in this manner. And I just thank you for your commitment and staying strong, and I'm expecting even greater things out of you.
No problem. I got here at 9:16 p.m. coming from Thibodaux.
Thank you.
Just to be here.
Thank you, Senator Duplessis. Vice Chair Miguez.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. I just want a clarification. You're from Thibodaux. The hook you're talking about, is that the Thibodaux and the Lobbeyville area there?
It's around that area. I wish if I had more time to prepare, I would have brought copies of the map. But if you look at Senator Price's current Senate district, it starts with 5-1, precinct 5-1, and it moves into the hook of Thibodeau, where there's primary black residential areas, where I currently reside as well. This hook, which is also part of the current Congressional District 2, I would like for that to be included in Congressional District 6 as proposed in Senator Price map.
That was my question. So you would like to see that in the 6th district of Price's amended bill?
Yes, Senator.
Okay, thanks so much. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Mr. Hicks, is that your name?
Yes.
Please state your name for the record, please.
My name is Ron Hicks, and I'm representing myself. Former Senator Karen Carter Peterson said that we all make mistakes. That is a correct statement. We all do make mistakes. But what do we call it when we make decisions that we are informed about? That's not a mistake. That's a deliberate intent to cause people harm, cause people suffering. I mean, my wife been ringing my phone. Why? Because I'm here and really, we don't supposed to be here. 4-2, really, I was here Friday. Reconstruction, 1865. Since 1865, there are 4 black congressmen that sit at this same table. I'll show you the picture of it right here. I mean, with a conscience, with a conscience, we would have voted that day. We would have said, "Oh no, we cannot allow that to happen on my watch." We know it's not right. I mean, we just know that. And we smile and we casual with one another, but really in our hearts, we know that this is not right. And I like the way Senator Duplessis said this when he was talking about Josiah. I'm not going to tell you how good you are. I'm going to show you by the way that I vote to make sure that your voice be represented. This is what we hear about. And my question to the committee is, what we going to do? What are we going to do? I was raised, if I'm going to do something, if I'm going to pass a bill that's going to support a 6-0, I'm going to just get up and say it. Man, this is what we doing. I'm not going to bring people through this process with a mindset of knowing I'm going to vote this way anyway. But what do you call it when you deliberately do something informed about the decision that you're making? Is it a mistake? It's not a mistake, and we all know that to be true. I'll leave you with a scripture. Reverend White left with a scripture. Look what this scripture says. This is in Isaiah 10:1-2. Woe unto them that decree unrighteous decrees, and that write grievousness with their, or they have prescribed to turn aside the needy from justice or judgment, and to take away the rights of the poor at hand. I ask you to do the right thing. Do the right thing, and don't let the other bill go through, because we know that bill is not right. We need a representation of everybody's voice in this state, and you have the power to make it happen tonight. And I think that's what you should do.
Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Hicks. The board is clear. Thank y'all. Dadrius Lannis, Solis, Reach Harper, Catherine Baltz. All right, we'll take ladies first. If you want to start off, state your name for the record.
Celeste Reach Harper.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you all for allowing us to be here. I know it's very late in the evening. I'm with Senator Barrow. It is long past my bedtime, and I'm waiting to turn into a pumpkin at this point. I'm from Alexandria, Louisiana, which doesn't seem to be represented on the panel and the committee. That's okay. We're considered the heart of Louisiana, and I think what I want to talk to you about for my testimony is about having the heart of Louisiana. I'm the wife of a disabled veteran. I'm a lifelong resident of the state of Louisiana. I am one of the rare few happy taxpayers because I believe that we should invest in our communities. I believe we should invest in our state. I'm also a person who believes in democracy and representation and all of our potential that we have as a group. I believe in our state motto of union, justice, and confidence. That's why I'm here. I believe our current situation is untenable. We cannot go forward with a map that does not equitably represent all of the people of our state, all of the people who make our state great. It's why I implore you to go ahead and move forward with the clarity and fairness of SB 407 and its map. The agreement between citizens and government is simple. We participate and our voices matter. Yet, through political maneuvering, that agreement's being egregiously broken right now. Not just for me, actually not for me, but for hundreds of thousands of Louisianians whose voting power is being deliberately weakened, particularly the people who don't look like me. That's why I stayed here for 9 hours waiting to speak to you. I see what's right and I see what's wrong, and I know that you do as well. Instead of working towards prosperity, education, healthcare concerns, our opportunities for all, some of our supposed representatives are attempting to erase the voting power of nearly a third of Louisiana's voters, and they're knowingly doing this. What is so threatening about fairness? That's what I want you to consider. As I stated previously, I'm a no-party voter. I'm one of those mythical unicorns you've heard so much about. I don't believe in a party. I believe in fairness, and I believe that we need to stop and ask ourselves, why are young people leaving our state? Why do Louisiana's black communities distrust our government promises? History's answered those questions. The better question for right now is, why are we choosing to repeat past failures? We are better than this. Last week, I upheld my civic duty. I early voted in the Republican primary for the 6th Congressional District, as is my right as a no-party voter. I don't even know if my vote's going to count. I've heard multiple instances of some of our representatives and other politicians lately calling into and co-opting Dr. Martin Luther King's statement about judging people not for the color of their skin, but the content of their character. What you do tonight will say everything about the content of your character. Please remember that as you go forward.
Thank you, Ms. Harper. And I want to please tell your husband thank you for his service and thank you for being a spouse that supports a disabled veteran. All right. Ms. Baltz,
Yes.
Please state your name for the record.
Catherine Baltz.
Go ahead.
All right. Good evening, or almost good morning. I'm Catherine Baltz, and along with my husband, a veteran as well of the United States Marine Corps and a graduate of the United States Naval Academy, and our 2 elementary school-aged children lived in Mandeville. Although I am not a native of Louisiana, I am proud to say that I have chosen this state time and time again as my home and a place to raise my children. I was born and raised in Southern California, and like many, I come from a very diverse background of both white and Hispanic heritage. Although I did not meet him, my great-great-grandfather, Julio Hernandez, was one of the founding members of the National Farm Workers Association, better known as the UFW, where he fought for the right of farm workers in California to organize and be represented. I attended a Baptist university in California before transferring to Louisiana State University after visiting during a home game versus Arkansas, where one of my friends took me and sat me in the student section, and it was over from there. While at LSU, I learned about the laws and policies and decisions made in this very building that has suppressed the Black and minority voices for decades and are still trying to do so today. And this committee has an opportunity to right some of those wrongs. Louisiana was one of the first places that my husband and I talked about on our first date. His ancestors immigrated through New Orleans in the 1850s, where they left swiftly after being drafted and serving in the Confederacy. When my husband completed his service, we chose together to move our family back to Louisiana after I shared my love for this state and, more importantly, its people. The people of Louisiana here, as you know, are like none other in this entire country. They are kind, hospitable, fiercely loyal, and the best sports fans. And over the years, they have become my chosen family. It is these very people whose voices are being silenced by Senator Jay Morris's proposed maps that are attempt to control not only whose voices and votes matter, but whose leadership matters. I would be doing a disservice to my children, my friends, my neighbors here in Louisiana, and the people of the state that I have chosen time and time again to live among if I did not speak out and stand with everyone here today. And for these reasons, I urge the Senate to vote yes and support Bill 407. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony, and as a Marine Corps veteran myself, please tell your husband Semper Fi.
I will. Thank you.
All right. Mr.
Darius Landis.
Darius Landis. All right. Please
Executive Director for the Louisiana Democratic Party.
Please. All right. Thank you, sir.
You know, we do ourselves a huge disservice when we don't speak truth inside of these types of rooms. I think it was big of Senator Gary Carter to know what happened on Friday and take a stand. Even though he didn't have to, he took a stand. Because in his own words, holding the quorum inside of this room was bigger than himself in this moment. And at the same time, not one word was said to Senator Morris, someone who disrespected the audience, someone who used disrespectful words towards myself and others. And then you know what happened after that, Senator Duplessis? His colleagues, his Republican colleagues, doubled down by defending him, saying he's a good man. He did nothing wrong. And in fact, it was you, Chair Klein Peter, who also talked to Louisiana First and told them that they deserved it. So I say a lot tonight by first giving a hand clap to Senator Morris, because he deserves the award for Best Actor. I have no sympathy for what he did. I do not call on anyone to cause any harm or violence to anyone, because that is uncalled for in any situation. But what I will say is he was dead wrong, and he should have been called out, and he should have been asked to step down the same way that Senator Carter stepped down. But we know that was not going to be the case. In any case, a lot of words have been tossed around inside of this room. One has been racism, one has been discrimination, and there have been tons of others. But what I will tell you tonight, don't tell me that you're not racist. Don't tell these people that you're not racist. Don't tell them that you're not discriminating against them tonight inside of this room. Because your words mean nothing when you cannot uphold the duty that you were sworn to do. What they want tonight is action. Don't do it with your words alone. Do it with your action. A map has been put up. It has been defended. It has been said time and time again that if you all vote on that map, that we will be in good standing. It may not be a perfect map, but it's a better map than what was offered. And tonight, the task is before you. You want those words to go away? You want those sentiments to go away out of this room? You want to gain respect? Show the people tonight. Don't tell them that racism does not exist inside of these rooms, when outside of this very building, the remnants of slavery still exist outside of your building. Caricatures of slaves are still written on the walls of this building. Show the people tonight. You have a task before you, a serious task. You say you don't want to make it about race, don't make it about race, because it's already come up tonight. You say you want to do it around party lines, I'm wrapping up, Chair. You say you want to do it around party lines, it's already been laid out. The task is before you. Will you stand as men in a moment where people are looking up to you all for leadership, or will you fold? That moment is up to each and every single one of you, not the governor, not the president, but each and every single one of you. And I hope that you can do so. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lannis. Thank you for your testimony. The board is clear. I think these are the last two cards in support. And then we'll go to the red cards. Ms. Jalen Braxton, Mr. Jalen Braxton, and Ms. Lakita Smith. Is Ms. Smith here? All right. And then, is there any other green cards in support of this that filled out? Last call. Last call. Anybody else wanting to testify in support of 407? All right. And then we will have red cards, Brennan Johnson and Lakita Smith. That's the red cards in support, in opposition. If there's anybody else in opposition, please fill out a red card and get it to me. We're going to try to get this moving. All right. Mr. Braxton, we will take the lady first if that's okay. Of course. Ms. Smith, please state your name for the record, please.
Lakita M. Smith.
Go ahead.
I've been here over 13 hours, and I'm looking each of you in your face. And I want to start off with Senator Royce Duplessis when he made the statement about how he feels when he hear "Make America Great Again," where our governor, the moment that Trump got reelected, decided that the governor mansion would display a "Make America Great Again" flag. What we are facing, what I faced to get into this room, is definitely political violence by suppression and intimidation. It was very disrespectful to be told where to sit in 2026 in a house that I built. I'm a daughter of New Orleans, and I'm looking you each in your face because everything that needs to be said about these maps have been said, and I stand with them. No, this map is not an ideal map. It's not the best map. But we know the others cannot stand and should not stand. We should not still be here this late at night discussing a map and fairness. I don't take my freedom or my vote lightly. I think about the blood that's on the leaves. I think about Henrietta Lacks. I think about all of everything that you all benefit from with black culture. If you don't believe that we deserve fair representation, if you don't believe that our votes matter, give us back everything that belongs to us. Don't benefit off of the music, the culture, the sales, the inventions. Our women, your actions and your posture of your hearts and your intentions disgust me. You have an obligation to do what's fair and right. When you took an oath of office, you said that you will represent all people, and that's not what we're seeing here. The theatrics and the foolishness of sitting outside, being locked in here in the hallway saying that we can't be removed because of the fire marshal said something about a code, and all of the games that you all tried to play. I'm not one that's going to sit and go to lunch with you. I understand that this is war. Because our votes and our voices and our representation matters. And this is not something to play with. I'm not at the table to play with you. And I want you to look me in my face when I say this. You would not be comfortable. You would not live in peace when you disrupt the minds. I want you to have the life that you deserve according to your vote.
Thank you for your testimony. Mr. Braxton, welcome to the committee.
Hello. Good evening, senators. Good evening, Chairman Klein, Peter. My name is Jalen Braxton. I am 23 years old. I'm the Central Regional Director for the Young Democrats of Louisiana and also a member of the Young Democrats of Greater Baton Rouge. I had the pleasure of closing out testimonies on Friday, so it feels good to be back here. Well, it's a pleasure to be back here, even though it is yet again late at night and it's been a long day. But it's always a pleasure to speak on behalf of the communities I represent and the people that encourage me to speak up every day. So I want to speak today in full support of SB 407, but not only that, I want to explicitly state on the record that I am in complete opposition to SB 121 by Senator Morris as it was proposed Friday. I also want to refer back to Senator Bartholomew, who was here earlier, and he was right when he said that these maps look very similar, but in essence, they cannot be more different. One respects the severity, the seriousness of the situation that we have tasked in front of us today, and the other one does not. And let's be clear, because I want to be honest what responsibility looks like, and I want to state the record. And as I stated on Friday, the record does not lie. Attorney General Liz Morrell stood before the United States Supreme Court and defended a 4-2 map pushed forward by this body. Governor Jeff Landry also defended SB 8, which he signed into law, which was that 4-2 map. This state essentially went on record before the highest court in the land and put forward a 4-2 map and said it was right for Louisiana. So that's where I differ slightly from Senator Bartholomew's words that he mentioned earlier. I don't support pushing forward 2 maps, because if we send 2 maps to the floor, we've already handed each and every senator a scapegoat. We've allowed them to choose another map in opposition to SB 407, saying, hey, we tried. We attempted to push forward 2 of these maps to the floor. One was a 4-2, one was a 5-1. We can even send both to the governor. We send a scapegoat saying that we will not take full responsibility. We will not stand on our morals and send forward a 4-2 map. So that's why I challenge each and every senator sitting in front of me today to push forward one bill, push forward SB 407, send that through, stand on it, no scapegoat, no other opportunity. Send that forward, and that's my challenge to you today. No backup, no cover, SB 407. Your vote will answer the question, people over party or party over people. And Louisiana will be watching. The nation will be watching. And I can more than guarantee the world is watching what we do here today. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. The board is clear. Is there any last requests? Is there any other that want to testify in support of this bill? All right. Brennan Johnson. Lakita Smith. Is there a Lakita Smith that's in opposition? You're in opposition to this, or you want me to remove it? Okay. All right. Mr. Johnson, please state your name for the record.
My name is Brennan Johnson, and I would say good evening, but it's officially night, so good night, Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Brennan Johnson. I'm a young black man who is tired of identity politics. I believe in fair maps, competitive elections, and keeping our communities whole. I worked 3 years in the Louisiana Senate, and in all that time, I've never experienced a single instance of racism from any one of you all serving on this committee or any other legislator in the Senate. I oppose the amended version of Senate Bill 407. While this version is somewhat better than the earlier proposal, it still packs far too many black voters into just 2 heavily concentrated districts and cracks too many parishes in the process. This doesn't help black people, it actually hurts us. Look at the actual numbers. Under the amended SB 407, District 2 contains 339,668 black residents, and District 2 contains 351,978 black residents. Over 691,000 black people crammed mostly into one corner of the state. That leaves black voters in the other 4 districts as small minorities with very little influence. By comparison, SB 116 spreads black voters more evenly across Louisiana, with no district exceeding roughly 326,000 black residents. This gives black communities meaningful influence in more districts rather than isolating them. If this debate is really about fairness, SB 116 is the better map. It cracks fewer parishes, respects community boundaries, and creates a true 4-1-1 map, 4 safe Republican seats, 1 strong Democratic seat, and 1 competitive seat. That means more accountability and real competition. We keep hearing dramatic phrases like gutting the Voting Rights Act and this map disenfranchises your vote. But the truth is the opposite. SB 407 actually disenfranchises more black voters by packing them into 2 districts where their votes are wasted in landslides while leaving black families across the rest of the state with almost no voice. To directly address what Senator Barrow said last meeting in response to it's impossible for a black vote to matter in any of these other districts, I went back and did research, and it is little to actually 2 examples after Reconstruction of a Republican in a majority black district, one being Joseph Kyle, who only won because his incumbent was caught up in some corruption. Need I not say who that name was? One of the 4 only black congressmen to go to Congress, and if that's the example that we set, I do not like that example as a black man in Congress. So back to the topic. Some of these same people who also speak about moral compass and godly principles support men in dresses using women's bathrooms and locker rooms and treat abortion like a sacred human right, even though Planned Parenthood was founded with the goal of reducing the black population. That's not moral leadership. To my fellow black Louisianians, we should not want black representation just because the person is black. We should want leaders of any race who will actually make our communities better. Too often, some of these same black politicians sit in safe seats having delivered real results for our neighborhood. And Senator Duplessis asks, make America great again for who? And I'll tell you, make America great again for the black babies down in the same neighborhoods Democrats have represented for decades. Make it great again for the little girls who have to watch grown men walk into their restrooms. If we put the same energy into keeping our children alive, building safer streets, better schools, stronger families, and real economic opportunity, instead of fighting for them after they're in jail, our communities would be much stronger. Republicans also helped pass the Civil Rights Act and Voting Rights Act, and we were once helped by one party until we got tricked into a massive party switch that never happened. Who would want to help people who constantly slander them, call them racist, and treat them as if they don't exist and aren't important to black people as a whole? I respectfully urge this committee to respect SB 407 and support SB 116, or any map that stops the excessive packing and cracking, respects parish lines, increases competition, and gives every Louisiana, especially black voters, a real voice. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you we do have a few questions. Senator, Madam Pro Tem Barrow.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And it's good to see you again, Brennan.
Good to see you as well, Senator.
So, I'm going to still say, because I still appreciate when young people come to the table, because they are part of our future, and I'm not expecting everybody to have the same thought process, thinking process, etc. And so I appreciate you coming to the table. I appreciate you coming and sharing your perspective, your values, and what you believe. But I do want to go back to something you mentioned. You said something that I said, and so I want you to remind me what I said that you were referring to.
Let me find it because I had a quote.
His points, but I am happy that he's here and he's actually having his voice to be heard. But I do want to ask this question, and anybody at the table can speak it. One of the things that you said, Brennan, was
you're not on a timer.
I don't think it's ever a question as to whether or not a Republican can actually run in a minority district and win. That has actually always happened. That has happened in many cases, because oftentimes we vote for the better candidate, or we vote for the persons that are on our slate, and oftentimes we don't have a choice. It's going to be a Republican. As you pointed out, in the 4 districts, it probably would be Republicans, and we would vote for one, right? However,
That's what it was. It was you basically said that we have voted for Republicans in majority minority districts before, like we always do in this if it's on a slate. And before, we also heard an instance where that's not true. The young guy from Thibodeau actually expressed that they're furious about always being locked out due to the constant cracking and packing of drawing districts, and they still they do not vote for Republicans even though that a Republican may win in that district.
So what I said, and I didn't hear the last part of that, was oftentimes we don't have no one else to choose from. If the slate is just Republicans, then we have to vote for a Republican. Which what I was referring to is Caucasians do not typically vote for African Americans, but we oftentimes will vote for Caucasians. That's what I was referring to, and that was what the statement was in reference to. And when we're talking about the party, oftentimes if we only have Republican candidates, which oftentimes is the case, then we have to, I choose not to not vote in an election. I vote in every election. So whether it is Republican or Democrat, I'm going to choose the candidate that I feel is the best candidate on their slate. And if all my choices are Republicans, then I choose a Republican. But what I was saying, when we're talking about making sure that we have fair...
Hold on. Did the feed go out? Since it did hit midnight. I don't know if that stopped the feed.
Oh, it stopped?
Hold on.
When it hit midnight, you gotta go to the next day.
All right. Can we just take a at ease until we get this back up? We'll take a at ease.
I think this is the part where she turns into a pumpkin.
No, I'm not going to turn into a pumpkin now.
I'm gonna raid the candy machine.
We just got a little break.
I'm gonna raid the candy machine. You want something?
We had a technical difficulty yesterday, and today is a new day. May 13th, for the record. We do have a quorum here. So Senator Barrow was speaking at the time of the disruption. So, Madam Pro Temp.
Yes, and I'm going to try to pick back up where I was. Simply what I was stating the last time was the fact why it's important to have candidates of your choice to elect. And typically, Democrats, people of color, will vote for a Republican or a non-person of color if that's what their selections are on their slate of candidates. I've had to do that myself, and I can tell you from experience, I've had people to share with me that they were not voting for me because A, I was African American, and B, because I was a Democrat. And I was the only, so on their slate of candidates was all Democrats and all African Americans. And so what I was simply stating is that we have to ensure, when we talk about fairness, that that playing field is leveled as possible. And it's not going to be perfect, because it can't be perfect because of the way proportionally people are across the state. But we have to at least allow people to have a candidate of their choice. And so this map would allow people to at least have, and possibly even 3 candidates of their choice. So that's what I was stating, and I want to make sure that that was real clear if it wasn't by chance.
Thank you,
Byron Donalds was elected in a white majority district in Texas as well.
I'm not going to say it's not. I'm not saying that it's impossible, but more than likely,
white people that are willing to vote for a black man if you put the right black person in front of them, and not just somebody that's, hey, okay, I'm black, here you go, vote for me. Hi, I look like you. You should vote for me.
No,
the same people that told me the same reason they didn't vote for Donald Trump was because, oh, Kamala Harris black. Well, why? Oh, I'm just black. Not really.
Young man, let me say this. I respect your ideology, and I respect what you're saying, but I can guarantee you, more than likely, I am 99% correct. Because if that was not the case, this would not even be an issue today if it was not based upon race or party, that we wouldn't be facing these issues today, and we wouldn't have the case decision that we have before us right now. But at the end of the day, that's not an absolute. Everybody don't feel that way, but there are many people do. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Madam Pro Tem. We have Senator Jenkins for a question.
Well, I guess what is good morning now?
Good morning.
Oh, we back in the morning time. I'm the first person to testify this morning.
I got you. I'll tell you what, it's good to see you around the Capitol.
Good to see you
all
too,
of our
Senator.
encounters while you were here were always very pleasant encounters. I'm trying to be clear on 407.
Yes, sir.
I heard you use the terms cracking and packing, or
Yes,
that the
sir.
map was cracking and packing and putting blacks into those. Is that what your major concern is about 407?
Yes, sir. My biggest concern is basically in broader terms, me being from East Baton Rouge Parish, having absolutely no chance to move to Northwest Louisiana and actually be a successful politician.
Right. Well, I mean, I can't speak to that, but I do want to speak to what I know the numbers to be. I mean, in 407 as amended, if you look into the two districts.
Excuse me, Senator. I can't really hear from this side.
If we could keep the audience in the back, please be quiet.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I said I don't want to speak on your future or what can or cannot happen up in North Louisiana, but I mean, if you just look at the numbers and you have that concern about cracking and packing, I mean, 407 is pretty even keel when you look at the voting age population in the two districts that would provide an opportunity to elect a black candidate. In District 2, the voting age population is 44 white, 41 black. That's pretty even. That's close to even. And in District 6, under map 407, voting age population is 48 white and 42 black. It's kind of even across the board. It seemed to me you'd be a whole lot more concerned if those are issues with SB 121. And I don't know if you looked at those numbers, but in each one of those districts, except for District 2, you got a very high number of white voting age population as opposed to black voting age population. District 1 is 71.9% to 13. In District 3, 67 to 24. District 4, 59 to 33. In District 5, 61 to 32. And in District 6 is 66 to 23. So, I mean, you're really cracking and actually minimizing by voting age population black votes in those districts. So, to me, I think 121 presents more of a problem with cracking. Now, I don't know if that's going to change because the author has not came to the table, but as it stands right now, if someone was really concerned about was votes being packed or cracked or whatever the term we want to use, there's going to need to be some explaining about 121 more than 407. So
I'm not the biggest fan of 121 either because that bill actually is, to me, worse than 407 because the amended version of 407, as I stated, it does do a better job than the original proposed legislation because it narrows down that white to black, actual black population to white population numbers, keeps them kind of similar along the lines, but still once you go to District 1 under SB 116, they're still more evenly spread out across the state to have more influence, whether it's congressional, but the more you lose black population, you can't even influence local city offices anymore because you just simply don't have enough black votes.
Right.
So that's my main concern with SB 407 is just not having enough black representation across the whole state because in two districts you have 691,000 black voters. About 200,000 of those votes are just wasted votes because of a landslide win.
Okay, look, I appreciate your testimony, but I'll say again, we don't know what SB 121 is going to give us. I mean, the author hasn't come. It could change. But of the four bills that are on the agenda, I assure you, if you look at the numbers, if you got a concern with cracking and packing, you're going to have a concern with not with 407. You're going to have a concern with these other bills because
on testimony record, I do not support SB 121. The only bill I am on record supporting is SB 116, not SB 121 or the other one, just SB 116.
Okay, all right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Jenkins. The board is clear. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
To close, Chairman Price, Senator Boudreaux.
You go ahead.
Chairman Price, will you take a question on closing?
Yes.
All right, Vice Chair Miguez.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. Senator Price, we heard a lot of testimony in support of your bill talking about minority representation. Was that one of the primary factors in how you drew this map?
Absolutely not.
Okay. We had a lot of testimony to that degree that said that would contrary to that statement.
That was testimony by certain individuals. However, the map that I presented to you was purely based on partisanship and not minority majority. And when I did my testimony, I made that clear.
Do you agree that about 80 to 90% of the green cards in support of your bill brought up the fact that minority representation, how you drew your map, would be more beneficial to minority voters?
I didn't get that. I know they were talking about having a minority majority seat, but that's their opinion. But that's not how this map was drawn up.
And that's why we have public testimony to sort of bring some transparency to these bills. Senator Jenkins also brought up a point about passing the eye test, the eyeball test, and looking at the deal. I'm looking at your amended version of the first district and kind of looks like a seahorse. Do you think that passes the eyeball test?
Absolutely, it does.
It does. The eyeball test, look, it just
I don't know what your eyeball test is.
It seems like you tried to create a minority district in 6 and 2 and then created some kind of seahorse in 1.
I did not create a majority district. Look at the percentage.
I don't know if it passes the eyeball test. I disagree. I just want to ask those questions. I appreciate it.
You have your opinion. I understand.
Yes, thanks so much.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Senator Duplessis on a question on close.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just really quick, Senator Price.
Yes.
In your answer to Senator Miguez just now, you said that it was based upon partisanship, but it wasn't solely based on partisanship. I want to make sure that I understand.
Absolutely not.
Communities of interest.
Yes.
Compactness.
Absolutely.
Contiguity.
Absolutely.
Fewer split parishes.
Yes.
Right. Wasn't just partisanship, right?
Right. That was
and the fact that, to Senator Miguez's point, Mr. Chairman, how many cards did we have in support, if you had to guess?
Oh.
All right.
I mean, I can count if you want me
The
to count.
stack's pretty large.
It is large.
Of green cards.
Right.
So whether we want to estimate 90 whatever percent he wanted to throw out there to talk about who came here and talked about race, they had the right to come here and talk about race, if that's what's important to them.
Absolutely.
But what you put and prioritized in your map was not race. It was commonalities, communities of interest, compactness, contiguity, and the principles of redistricting that you have always applied.
Yes.
I just wanted to get that clear for the record.
Absolutely. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Senator Duplessis. Chairman, on your closing.
Thank you. And it's been a very long day, so I'm not going to be long with the closing, but I do want you to know that this is a map that I do believe will pass the test. It was about compactness. It was about the partisanship. It was about common interests. Those are the things that's very, very important. And we in this body, and I've been around a long time now, we need to make a decision based on what's right to do. And what I presented to you today is maps that are fair. And the people want fair maps. When I was on Senate and Government Affair, and we did the road show to do redistricting, in every community we went to, the biggest thing was about having fair maps. We went to every large city, from Monroe to Shreveport to Thibodeau, Baton Rouge, Lake Charles, and at every hearing, it was about, we want fair maps. So why can't we have fair maps? Why can't the people of this state be able to come in and say, this body put together a map that's fair to everybody, and not about party, not about race, just being fair? So I ask you, think about that. When you make this decision this morning, since it's now morning, please remember that throughout the state of Louisiana, people are calling to do fair maps. And I think before you at this time, you have a map that is fair with 2 districts that are basically opportunity districts because they are not majority minority, but they are competitive. So let's do what's fair to the people. Thank you. I ask for your favorable passage.
Senator Boudreaux.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members. Let's remember when we started this several hours ago, we're here because the Colley decision with the Supreme Court. And let's recall, the Supreme Court, 28 of us voted for a map, was signed by the governor and defended by our Attorney General. 28 of us. The Supreme Court, with its infinite wisdom, ruled it unconstitutional. So what did they tell us? They told us that that map was unconstitutional. That map had 2 majority-minority districts. Senator Price's maps, the opportunity zones. Now, white people came here tonight, black people came here tonight, and they expressed their concern that when you have a state that's made up of over 30% African Americans, they came and said, we feel fair maps should be representative of the people of this state. And that's 2 seats. The Supreme Court never said that you got to go back to where we were before 28 of us voted for a map that had 2 minority representatives. There's no talking about a map tonight that brings in color or race. It's about opportunities for people to be represented by people who live in this state. So as we close, let me remind you again, when people come and when they speak, there's a message. We have to hear that message. Tonight, whites, blacks, even independents came tonight and said that they feel disenfranchised. So it's not a race thing tonight, it's a representation deal tonight. And the people of this state watched us 2 years ago when we decided it was the best thing for this state to have 2 representatives represent us in Congress, 2 individuals represent us in Congress from the state of Louisiana. Tonight we ask you to keep that dream alive, to keep that hope alive. For those people who have spent they came Friday, some of them came back today, because they want us to hear the message. The ball is now in our court. I pray that we hear them. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator. We have a motion on the floor by Senator Jenkins to move SB 407 with amendments. We have an objection. Madam Secretary, when we call the roll, a yes vote will be to move it to the floor, and a no vote will stay in committee. Please. Senator Miller. Madam Secretary, will you please call the roll?
Senator Miguez?
No.
No. Senator Barrow?
Yes.
Yes. Senator Duplessis?
Yes.
Yes. Senator Fazy?
No.
No. Senator Jenkins?
Yes.
Yes. Senator Miller?
No.
No. Senator Reese? Senator Womack?
No.
No. We have 4 no and 3 yes.
The noes have it. Senate Bill 407 will stay in committee. All right.